Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. What's good, everyone? Join up the live right now. How's everyone doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna let the Instagram know that we're live right now here in a second. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everyone doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me let the Instagram know that I'm live. I forgot to message the Instagram before I went live. Hey, y'all. I'm live. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing today? Early morning. This is really early morning for me. I don't think I've been live at this time, like, almost ever. Almost ever. I'm, like, never on this early. Good morning, everyone. What's up, Courtney? What's up, Rainy? What's up, Super Ben? What's up, Manders? How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Joe Edits? How you doing? 420 Life, how you doing? What's good? What's good? Nice name. Tina, how you doing? What's up, Deebs? How you doing? Dude, I just woke up. I just woke up like about an hour ago, so. What's up, Mila? How you doing? What's good? What's up, Mads? Shantae, how you doing? William, what's up? Since when is Parker on this early? Practically never, but I have stuff planned today, so I will be off by like 12:45 today. So I have like 4 hours and 45 minutes, and then I have to get off, everyone. JB, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. So it's actually a shorter stream today, and it's earlier, so I do apologize for that. And I also just going to let you know, I'm not going to be live tomorrow. I know, I'm so sorry about that, but I have a bunch of stuff planned, so it's not like I'm taking the day off for no reason, I promise. Y'all are gonna love you're gonna love the stuff that I'm coming out with. I promise. It's really good shit. It's really good shit. So don't worry. I promise you'll have it. And I know people are saying you're allowed, Parker. But I always am just like that. I want to work every day, but it's still kind of like an off day for me. But I'm still doing something. You guys, you'll see. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. There's actually, I just want to, in general, there's a lot of shit planned this month. like a lot of shit planned this month. So I would be excited. I would be excited. But what's up, everyone joining in? Dude, tap that screen. Let's run it up the stream. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. What's good, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some people up here very, very soon in a second. Dude, just give us a minute. Put that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Parker, it's 8 a.m. I know. It's diabolically early, I tell you. All right. Parker, should I study for my AP Human Geography test? Absolutely. 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 Studying is super important. It's super, super important. Yo, what's called you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alright, it's not accepting people. Let me get the next person up here. Kate, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, that was diabolical. It was diabolical, Kate. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Najia, thank you for the $5. It's weird how people wake up to join your live just to talk shit in the comments. I love it. I love it. It's so fun. Tiff, thank you for the confetti. It's so fun, right? It's like 8 a.m. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
Okay. What's your birth year?
'07.
What month?
August.
August '07. Okay. What, do you support Trump? You said yeah. If you could go back in time
Uh,
and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Why so?
But I love Trump because he loves America and hates niggers and faggots.
You're disgusting. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't want to pick a fight with Smith right now.
I think they accidentally sent a guest request. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
You know, I'm kind of in between, but I voted for Donald Trump.
If you could go back in time right now and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, is there a way you get a little bit closer to your microphone? It seems like you're a bit far away or it's kind of hard to hear you.
I would have voted for Donald Trump again. Yeah, I would have.
Are you plugged into maybe your car or something?
I'm in my car. Maybe that's why. Is that why?
No, it just sounds like you're really like far away or something. That's all it is. It's
How
just
about
like
now?
the
Is that
volume
better?
is low. It's good enough where I can hear you. So, what was the reason why you support Donald Trump currently? Like, you would go back in time and you would vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Well, ultimately, Kamala Harris was a terrible DA in California. Kamala Harris, there was nothing about Kamala Harris, even today, that would make me vote for her again. I don't think she's the leading Democratic candidate today either. So there's nothing that would make me want to go back in time and support Kamala Harris today. Is Trump perfect? No, but after voting for Biden, I wasn't going back. I wasn't going back to the Democratic side of things. My only
Why?
my only really complaint about number one, gas prices through the roof. He took away drilling. He took away the ability for us to ultimate. What am I looking for? I mean, it just the man wasn't even really running the country. Before you know it, where he's out, Kamala's in, where there is no election. We push her into this spot, and there was nothing. My only thing about Kamala Harris was, if you go back to that 2020 campaign with all those Democrats, you have 20 Democrats sitting on that stage. She's the first one gone. The only reason anybody supports her now is because Biden chose her supposedly to be the vice president. She got forced into the position, and the woman wasn't even a good DA in California. The woman is literally laughing about locking up black people on the Breakfast Club. Now, is that a political stance or what have you? No, I don't know. I don't know enough about politics to argue with you, because I know you know what you're talking about. I respect the things that you have to say about a lot of things, but it's hard for me as somebody who's outside looking in to support somebody that's literally laughing about locking up black people, and it's a comic to her. It's a joke to her. And in the same breath, you're telling me you're supporting my interests. It's like you seem to only support my interests once every 4 years. That's the problem with the Democratic Party for me. It's like you only care about me once every 4 years. That's my beef with them. I've voted Democrat my whole life.
Can I be clear
And
here?
After
Yeah,
Sure,
so
go
like,
ahead.
where was she laughing about locking up black people? You said she was doing on the Breakfast Club? Like, what was the context that she was laughing?
Breakfast Club. She's laughing. She was laughing about smoking marijuana after this woman was
You
literally
can't say that,
locking
man.
up people
Hey,
in
man, you
California
can't.
for smoking
Hey,
marijuana.
I just want to let you know, you can't say M drug. Also, that's not her laughing about locking up black people. That's just her laughing about, like, elevating. That's not the same thing, by the way. That's a huge jump, by the way. I'm gonna address the other things that he said because I can't address any of that because he had to say the M drug. Biden never took away drilling. Kamala was in for the position because she was vice president. So in the primaries, when we vote for the different candidates, it was Biden-Harris as a ticket. So if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. So that's just true. And then I just said multiple times, everyone, for the people who are in the TikTok who don't understand, it is the case that I have to kick someone when they say M drug. You can't say specific DRUG names on the live. It limits the push of the stream. So if he wants to make a new account and come back up and talk to me, I can. I just can't bring him up on that account right now because it will limit the push of the stream. Let's go on to the next person. Knight, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Find the thing you can't tell us. Oh, I mean, you'll find it on YouTube. There'll be lots of stuff on YouTube. Don't worry, Knight. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, I joined by accident. I don't know how
You're
to.
good. Don't worry. You're good. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
February 3rd, 2007.
What? February 3rd, 2007? Okay. So, why do you support Trump?
I don't know. He's funny.
Okay. Honestly, I just got a feeling that he was going to say something either stupid or he was going to like slur, so I just kicked him, honestly. That might have been a wrong intuition, but I got that feeling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
April 12th, 2006.
Okay. And you said you're 19. Okay, so do you support Trump?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay. What state do you live in?
I live in Virginia.
What time is it?
So, Jewish faggot nigger, how does
You're
it...
disgusting, dude. Like what goes through someone's brain to think that that's something like that they are gonna do? Like, I just don't understand. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
October 1st, 99.
October 99. Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's the man.
Okay. What makes you think that? Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, just letting you know. Okay, he just left the live. Okay, we're gonna go on to the next person. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Up.
How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
April.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. And why would you do that?
Because I have common sense.
Okay. What makes you think that?
I mean, I just do.
Do you want to like say more about that, or is that all you have?
I think he's gonna be a great president. Continue to be a great president.
Okay. Maybe could you tell me a policy of his that you like?
One where he's deporting all the femboys.
So the next person, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. I mean, I don't know what people get out of doing this, but we're gonna try to get the next person up real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
You said how old?
20.
What's your birth year?
May 16th.
Okay. And what month or what year? I mean.
May of 2005.
Okay. And you said you're how old again? 20?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I'm a big advocate for our Second Amendment and locking down our borders.
Okay. Second Amendment and locking down the borders. Okay, so can you name one? Are you like a fan of mass deportation?
I'm not super political. I wouldn't say. I'm not like die hard either way. Personally, I don't really care. I'm just a broad spectrum. So I believe that we should care more about the people we have here in the United States, our people, before we worry about other people. And I do believe entering the country illegally is breaking the law.
Yeah, but like, I mean, is it something you really care about? Jaywalking's breaking the law. You don't really give a shit about that if it doesn't, have a risk on anyone's safety, right?
Yeah, it's hard to like I care about it, but then also I see a lot of where the your guys' side comes from. I'm not like I mean, I won't shit on somebody because they're Democrat, Republican, but I see that a lot of these people that do come over illegally are just trying to get a better life, and that they contribute to society in the same ways that we do every day. But then I also see that there are some who come over here and do not have good intentions like that.
Sure, and it would be easier for law enforcement to deal with and identify anyone who's trying to come to the country for nefarious means if it is the case that they're not focused on trying to deport people who haven't like committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Yeah, I would be. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so
I
like if
think.
if law enforcement's focused on deporting people with no prior criminal history that have just come to the country for a better life and are here undocumented because our system takes too long, is that really a good like good is that like good time spended? No, right? I would think that they would be better time spending elsewhere, right? Dealing with the
Agreed.
legal
Yeah,
processes to make the
actual
system go
criminals.
faster and vetting people because that would incentivize people to go through the legal process. I mean, Trump himself thinks
Uh,
it's totally justified to not go through the legal system if it is the case that it takes too long, because he was talking about how he didn't want to uphold due process, which is a right like ingrained to every single person in the country under the jurisdiction of the country, any person who's undocumented, documented, right, or a citizen, right, regardless, any context of someone in the country, they specifically will get due process according to the 14th Amendment. So if we uphold, laws and stuff like that, and we say that we don't have to uphold them because it is the case that it might take too long to uphold them in a legal sense from his perspective, well, then he thinks it's totally justified to come into the country undocumented because it's going to take too long to go through the legal process.
yes, I firmly believe that we need to concentrate more on the laws and the process to become an American citizen versus just kicking everybody out and saying, well, screw you guys.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I want to incentivize people to go through the process. I just think right now we don't really have like good conditions for that because it takes too long. And I mean, I think it sounds like you agree mostly on that. So,
Yeah.
otherwise, like I'm totally fine with deporting people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and are a threat to our communities. So long as that they're going to be put like in a prison in another country. I don't want people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes just roaming free anywhere. Um,
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Parker.
And then also, like, I mean, I don't think that like it would be really upholding the law maybe to vote for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers after he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. I mean, I think that's pretty antithetical to the idea of, enforcing our laws, and trying to keep our communities safe.
I'm also the way the way politics have just changed in general over the past 60 years. It seems like there's not really a better, well, okay, so hang on, how do I put this? There's a better of the two, but everybody has their wrongs that they've done. It's just who's less bad than the next is what I feel like it is.
Sure, but like, I mean, those things that I brought up specifically about Donald Trump address the very basis for why you said you support Donald Trump, and also, right, are such horrible things that you probably wouldn't ever want to support someone. I mean, if under the law, like someone meets the criteria for inciting an insurrection, that they literally are legally not allowed to run again. That's like one of the only conditions that does not allow for them to run again. So if we agree, at least on a personal basis, that he's incited a violent insurrection, then I clearly think that, that would be grounds for us saying that like he's at least disqualified, from us supporting him, right?
I do believe he is not the best person. I will say that he has made terrible decisions in his
Yeah.
past, whether it is I don't even know how many counts of sexual assault and everything he has against him.
Yeah. So I mean, like, what would be so bad on the side of the Democrats that would get you to overlook that?
I'm a firm believer that having firearms is a human right. I love guns. I have tons and tons of firearms, and I can't. I mean that's a big thing for me when you threaten or say that we're going to take away your guns, your AR-15s, your semi-automatic rifles. That's where I draw the line.
So the takeaway AR-15 thing is specifically something that she was advocating for, like in 2020, not something that she reinstated it specifically for the 2024 run. Secondly, she is a gun owner herself, and then thirdly, like I think you would probably care more about like other human rights than you would care about firearms, right? Like people getting access to like their control over their bodies in terms of bodily autonomy and abortion, right? Or if we want to talk
I'm
about, go ahead.
um abortion. That's such a touchy subject because there's like so many. It's really hard for me to pick sides because there is just so many circumstances that go along with it.
So then wouldn't you just say that like you could disagree with it, but you think it should be legal? It's a right. It's about like ingraining our freedoms. We can have our disagreements, but it should be legal, right?
I don't know. I feel like abortion should be illegal, but then when I say that, I also have to think about the people that have been raped. I don't think they should be forced to have somebody else's children. I don't think that's right.
Okay, so like say in elective circumstances, you're saying that abortion should be banned. Why should abortion be banned in elective circumstances? To save human lives?
No, I don't think that it should be used as a way out for people who have unprotected sex and know the consequences but continue to do it anyway.
Dude, people who use contraceptives will engage in intercourse a lot, and it is the case that that doesn't end up to a pregnancy. Some people get unlucky, and it is the case that the pregnancy happens when they didn't want that to happen. So can you please explain to me how, like, that's something they need to be quote unquote held accountable for, and that's the only reason why they should be obligated?
You
That seems
you
like
d-
not as good of
you
a reason than like
you
maybe
do
like the
have a point
value.
there.
Yeah. So I
It's
guess go ahead.
I don't know, it's just really hard for me on abortion to pick sides because I've never been put in those shoes of somebody who's been going through that, so I don't feel like I should sit here and tell somebody else that they can't do that or they can do that when I don't know their personal situation.
Okay, so I mean, if you don't know the personal circumstance, you can't tell them whether they should or shouldn't be able to. Then you think they should have it legal, then, right?
Yeah, I would say so, but I also feel
Okay, so it shouldn't be banned. So then my point would be is that Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. If that goes against some of our fundamental human rights, then what wouldn't that matter more to you more than like say AR-15s, even if it was the case that like Kamala Harris was coming after that, which she said she wasn't,
yes,
or she never said that she did.
yes, yes, but I side with abortion, but I'm also against it. Like I don't know whether I'm pro-abortion or anti-abortion.
Well, I just want to let you know, being anti-abortion doesn't mean you think that it should be illegal. There are plenty of people who disagree with abortions, but they think that it should be legal. I'm pretty sure that's the position that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden hold to because they're Christians.
I
They
think
think
that
that
would
it's
definitely
like
be
immoral,
my
but they think
my
that it should be
position there.
legal. Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah, I would say it's immoral, but I don't think it should be illegal. If somebody else wishes to do that, then they can do that.
yeah, that's kind of like that's the pro-choice position actually. So that seems like you agree with Kamala Harris's position that it should be Roe versus Wade, and where all Roe versus Wade is prior to viability, it's federally protected in terms of your legal access to get abortion, and then after viability, it's up to the states. And viability is around like 22 through 26 weeks.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I guess is there like I mean, given that we've gone over those points, you care about like upholding human rights. It doesn't really seem like Trump has a better basis for upholding human rights. So I guess what gets you to overlook all of the other things I brought up specifically about how he's significantly worse for crime, given it is the case that he's upholding rights to a greater degree, maybe.
Yes, but I also don't agree with this is going to be a touchy one. The LGBTQ whatever. Okay, hang on. Let me put it in a different way. I
What do you not
believe
agree with?
firmly that I firmly believe that there are only two genders. There's male and female scientifically. That's how I was raised. That's how, I mean, the science. There's either a man or a woman. I don't believe that you can say that you are both, or you're a man but you want to be a woman and go play in women's sports when you're a man.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are you Christian?
I wouldn't really say. I'm not really a religious person.
Okay. Then, real question here. For people who are intersex, how do you classify their gender identity?
I would say with whether they have a penis or a vagina.
Okay, so someone can. Okay, so I'll give you a set of examples. Someone can have XX chromosomes and can have, right, a male member. Okay, so in that context, how would you classify their gender identity?
Male.
Okay, so even though they have like the chromosomes that are typically associated with
hmm
people who are biologically female.
I would say that I would say they're man.
Okay. Okay, then if it is the case that they had a determination based upon their commitments that they were committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex, would you say in that context that they would have a justified basis in believing that they are a woman, given it is the case that they have XX chromosomes?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was reading.
Yeah, if someone had XX chromosomes and they specifically, right, were trans, right, and they also had a male member, right, they're intersex, they're also trans, and in this case, they specifically, right, believe or they're committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex, and they have XX chromosomes. In that context, would you still classify them as, like, what gender identity would you classify them as? Essentially, is my question. I can't hear you, by the way. You swiped out of the app. When you're out of the app, just letting you know, I cannot hear you.
Got it.
I
Okay,
hear
we're
you now.
back.
Oh, he just left. I don't think he meant to do that. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. I don't even remember their names, so. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I have listed on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Bryson, I'll make sure to look for him in the guest box. If I see him, I'll bring him back up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. By the way, Jalen, thank you so much for the $4.20. Megan with $1.23. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yo, yeah.
For sure.
But
Let me see. Thank you
I
to a
just
few
wanted
people real quick,
to-
and then I can. What's up?
Yeah. Do your thing, man.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Chloe, thank you so much for the $5. Nicole, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. And Lovey, thank you so much for the dollar twice. Thank you. Yeah, that's so real. They definitely do. They probably watch him. Oh, that must have been for the last guest. Thank you so much, Lovey. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
I just support Donald Trump based off of his economic prowess, the way that he has gone about his financial journey from the time that he was an adult to the time that he's become president. He has proved that he has the ability to manage the finances. And when he ran in 2016, the first go round, I got on the MAGA train then, and now, I mean, I still support not everything. I support the way that he has handled the economy. I feel like there has been lots of things that have happened that are more political scams or political fronts, as opposed to him just being able to get accomplished what he's trying to get accomplished. And so for me, it kind of more so fuels my support for him, because the things that he's trying to get accomplished are often shut down or uh, um, opposed simply because he's a Republican. If to me, if you take the labels Republicans and Democrats off of a lot of things, then it becomes more simple-minded, the things that he's trying to accomplish for the country.
Okay. So I guess here would be my questions. Because I don't think he's done really good with his financial journey. I mean, he inherited $400 million from his dad, and he also has 6 bankruptcies. There's not a single good business person that I know that has 6 bankruptcies, or that I've heard of that has 6 bankruptcies. That's a pretty unique set of circumstances for a financial journey. But could you point to any economic policy of his that you like?
Yeah, I love the tariff policy. I hate to get ripped off by other countries around the world. I also love the idea that federal government spends too much money, and he would like that states dedicate where the tax money goes more than federal government. I also like that he has the no federal income tax idea for lower income Americans being floated. The
So it's
tax
up.
cuts that he did. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You also have a little bit of an echo. Is there a way you could fix that?
Maybe so. Hold on just a second.
For sure. And then, yeah, like, are you plugged into your like car or something? Okay,
What's
it sounds
that?
a lot better now. Sounds a lot better now. So,
Good.
I guess here would be my question: how do tariffs reduce us from being ripped off by other countries?
Because, okay, if I produce a good and I want to sell it to my neighbor, and my neighbor wants to pay nothing for it, but when he tries to sell me something, I have to pay extra just because I'm his neighbor, doesn't it's not fair. We should all, if another country tariffs us, the reciprocal tariffs only make sense.
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
If indeed it was free trade, if it was indeed free trade across the world, then I would definitely be for that. But because other countries refuse to participate in that, then we shouldn't be the only country with the largest economy, import and export economy around the world. We shouldn't be the only ones that want the free trade. If everyone else is also going to tariff their goods, then why shouldn't we as well? We shouldn't be the only ones that have to suffer while everyone else profits off of America.
Okay. Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yeah, a tariff is an over-the-border tax, basically. An over-the-border extra profit margin for no reason.
Um, Interesting. Uh, who pays that tax?
The governments,
The government. What governments?
the federal governments or the country government who are receiving or exporting the goods.
Um, that doesn't make no, definitely not those that are exporting the goods. The importer, yeah. And it wouldn't be the country that pays it, it would be the American business. So if America, the United States, places a tariff on a different country, that means that if a business from that country tries to sell their products in the United States, that the American importer will have to pay an extra tax on that, on top of that good, to the federal government, which if it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution and it's not on the profit side, that's going to mean that it's going to increase the cost of the consumer product. So really what Trump is doing is he's shifting the taxation from those that are higher in terms of their income to those that are lower in terms of income. Because when you replace income tax with tariffs, it replaces a progressive tax with a regressive tax. Tariffs are regressive. People who are lower income disproportionately spend their income on consumer goods, right? Whereas specifically in terms of a progressive tax through the context of income, as you make more money, there are brackets in which you pay more in taxes per percentage for each different income bracket you hit.
Correct, but the higher you go up, it shouldn't be. Everything should be proportional. It shouldn't be 33% here and 23% here and 12% there. To me, across the board is equal. Even if you're making more, you shouldn't have less responsibility than if you have more responsibility. Than if you have.
To clarify, did you say 23% is equal to 12%?
No.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding you there. What were you saying was equal?
You're saying to me that it is a regressive tax for a tariff, and it's a progressive tax if it's income tax, because the poorer end up paying for the tariff rather than the tax, correct?
Yeah. Tariffs are regressive, and income tax is progressive, so it's shifting the burden of taxation.
Okay, so the only way that I'm paying the tariff is because the tariff is coming out in consumer price, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I am making more money, I'm still paying the same tariff tax as the person that is making less money, correct? I'm still paying the same price for the goods that came from the increase from the tariff. But if the person who makes less money is having to not pay income tax, but they're paying more for tariff, then it's balancing out.
No,
because
it's
you're
not.
not paying the income tax.
No, because they'd spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods than people who are richer. So in order to be able to make up the same revenue from a governmental perspective, you would have to tax people who are lower income to a greater extent through the context of tariffs to be able to produce the same level of revenue as what you get through the context of a progressive tax where you tax disproportionately those that are rich. So a tariff, the reason why it harms people to a greater extent who are lower income is because, again, they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Okay, so the tariffs that were already on us before, right? We already were being tariffed by other countries, right? How does it change if we start tariffing other countries? That's not going to affect my pocket. Right?
Yes, it is.
It's gonna
yeah,
affect
if
the
we
other
tariff,
country, it's going to affect
No.
the other country's pockets, not my pockets.
no, it will affect both of our pockets. It absolutely will affect your pockets. That's the basis of a tariff. In order for a tariff to be able to increase domestic production, it has to be able to incentivize through the context of its tax mechanisms people to buy consumer goods in the United States that were made in the United States rather than buying consumer goods that were made in countries around the world. How do you do that? Well, the tariff does that by increasing the cost to the American consumer, right, for the goods that come from countries around the world. So in order for there to be an increase in domestic production, such as the one that Trump was claiming that we're going to bring back manufacturing to the country, there would have to be an increase in the price of consumer goods for the American consumer. So yes, your prices will go up because they haven't gone up to like the same level of inflation that we saw under the Biden-Harris administration. Doesn't mean that it isn't harming your pockets, because we would have seen lower inflation now if we had the Biden-Harris administration in office comparative to the Trump administration.
Yeah, but the problem is, you see, okay, so if we were not tariffing anyone, let's just say everything was a blank slate, we're not tariffing anyone, everybody is tariffing us, right? Then when we sell goods, they're paying more. I mean, we're paying more for their goods than they're paying for our goods.
Not true. They're paying more for our goods than we are for their goods, because we don't have a tariff on them and they have a tariff on us. So a tariff is a tax on goods that are brought into the country from other countries. Who pays that tax? The American company, because our government wouldn't be able to obligate, companies from other countries to pay a certain tax. They don't exist in the United States. It'd be really hard to enforce that. That doesn't make any sense to enforce it from that perspective. The reason why it would affect the other country is because those companies will now get less business in our country, because it is the case that their goods to the American consumers within our country will be more expensive to the American consumer, because there will be an extra imposed tax by the government, right, on that good, according to the importer, the American importer, that then gets passed down to the consumer, because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. Say it's income tax and you have you take the money out of your business, you're taxed on the profits you take out. Whereas like a tariff, it's a tax specifically on the cost of production and distribution, which puts greater upward pressure on the prices.
Okay, so what the disconnect that I'm missing from you here is America supplies multiple countries, economies around the world with the goods that we're putting out, correct? Let's just say
that again.
Frito-Lay. Let's say a Frito-Lay. All right. Around the world, there are multiple countries who rely on things that they receive from America to even function, to have an economy. We supply everything for them. Let's say if I go to the store and there's Frito, there's countries around the world that rely on American goods to exist, to
Which
keep
country?
their economy thriving. I don't have the information pulled up right away where I can just give it to you.
Is there any country you could name off the top of your head?
I can do a quick search and give you countries.
Oh, if you'd like to, you can. Yeah.
But it's gonna close my app whenever I switch over. So don't.
Well,
boot me
I
from
just want to let you know the U.S. is it's not really like a supplier for the rest of the world. The U.S. is a consumer base, a really big consumer base. All right, on our overall market. Now, are there countries around the world that rely on us? Yes, but it's mainly because of the fact that we demand their goods, not because we're producing their goods. That's actually what Trump is saying. That's why he's oh, we need to bring back manufacturing to the country. But I mean, really the only person who brought back manufacturing was the Biden-Harris administration, because it is the case that we saw a huge increase in real manufacturing investment under the Biden-Harris administration due to their policies, like the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Whereas under the Trump administration, we've seen declines in real manufacturing investment. And I would say that's likely due to the fact that there's not much certainty in investment in domestic manufacturing in the United States. One, because the manufacturing process has become more expensive because goods from all across the country, all across the world, have become more expensive. Because if we tariff those goods and they're an aspect of our manufacturing process in the United States, well, then the cost of production for manufacturing goes up in the United States. So we've seen an increase in the cost of production for manufacturing firms in the United States. We've seen less certainty within the markets because we don't know if the tariffs are going to be long run, because one, they might be illegal, and two, the next president can just get rid of them. So we haven't really seen an uptick in manufacturing investment from any of these policies. So it seems like it's really not giving us a benefit, while also simultaneously we're having all these negatives. The U.S. jobs reports have been so bad that Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he said it was politically biased information. And then he hired a new person, and they indicated the very same trend of 22,000 new jobs for this next month, which is crazy. So that's not only it. There was also been an increase in unemployment, a decrease in real GDP growth, and an increase in inflation since April, which is when he did Liberation Day.
You're saying that you haven't seen an uptick in manufacturing investments in United States?
Yeah, since Trump got in office. Yeah, it's gone down, actually.
No, that's not true. Here in Louisiana, where I live, we just got approved for a $4.6 billion investment for a giga plant in North Louisiana. But before that wasn't something that's gonna be here. And at this giga plant, there's not just gonna be, there's also an investment in Louisiana for a aluminum factory. So that's manufacturing directly. So how is there not an investment in the United States in manufacturing right now?
Oh, I never said there's no investment. I just said that there's declining levels of investment. So you actually see here, this is when Biden left office here in Q4 2024. Since then, we've seen a decline quarter after quarter. And then under the first administration, this is when he got in office. And this is when he left office. So it was lower than when he got in office. So
well, nobody was manufacturing anything during COVID. So, I mean, of course, those numbers will be low.
Well, it was even downward trend for his first 2 years as well. We saw a small uptick from Q4 2018 to 2019, but then continued on the trend of decline. So it's really obvious that this is real manufacturing investment, by the way, too. So it's taking into account inflation. So yeah, we've actually seen a decline under Trump's administration in his first term and in his second term so far. And you see under the Biden-Harris administration, here Biden gets in office right here. And then they pass their policy like right here. And boom. And like
I see you, little.
Go ahead.
Chart. I see it. I'm just looking at your chart there. That's good info.
Yeah, this is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and they get it from the Bureau of Economic Analysis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, here in Louisiana, I've noticed an uptick in manufacturing and investments into manufacturing. Especially according to local press and things coming from our Louisiana government here. So it makes sense to me that manufacturing is on an increase, not a decrease, based on what we're given here.
Maybe in Louisiana, due to the Biden infrastructure packages, but I doubt that's because of Trump's administration's policy at all, or it was specifically because Trump got in office. And I don't think that, that would be representative of the rest of the nation. I mean, Louisiana is just a small portion of the U.S.'s entire population. So even if it was true that it was increasing in Louisiana due to Trump's policies, the 49 other states have not seen that same trend.
Right. I understand what you're saying. The reason that I requested to join was because the conversation you were having with the last person, you mentioned a case specific about XX and having a male member in that. And I just, the reason I wanted to jump in was to say that that example that you gave was very case specific.
Of course.
That doesn't apply to mass of people. Like you can't say
intersex people. There are a lot of intersex people. I just want to let you know that. So it does apply to many people who are intersex, but intersex people don't make up a huge portion of the population. Similarly, people with hazel eyes, people with hazel. Also, can I give you this point as well? This is an incredibly important point. Hazel eyes are not very prevalent either. I have hazel eyes, right? Hazel eyes are about 3% of the population, not very high percent of the population. So just because something is a small percentage of the population doesn't mean it wouldn't be like relevant to talk about.
Yes, to me, if you are trying to say that 1, 2, or 3% of the population should apply and the rules for those 2, 3% be looked at as a spectrum, or I mean as a wide range to apply to society, is not accurate to me. If 97% of people are born with XY and have this member, shouldn't that be the standard, like the automatic thought?
Repeat what you just said. Sorry, I must be misunderstanding what you're saying. Go ahead.
Okay. If there's 97% of people are born with the correct member and chromosomes that match, the correct physical.
What? No. I don't think. Okay, when you say correct, I think that's also like saying that like people who are intersex are like somehow incorrect. I don't think that's the good way to refer to it. I think that's actually like pretty bad. But like you would say the norm. The norm is the case that when people have a male member, that it is the case that they have XY chromosomes. But that's not always true. It's also not the norm for people to have hazel eyes. So like the idea that like we would judge what's quote unquote correct based upon the norms is kind of ridiculous. Like think about how unlikely as a person I am. Think about it. Me, I'm 5'11", 6 foot. I have hazel eyes, right? Just putting those two characteristics together, very small percentage of the population has hazel eyes and is about 5'11" plus. Okay, very small percent of the population. Okay, so just because it is the case that that's a small percentage of the population, right, doesn't mean that I'm not going to be like referenced in terms of like a norm. People wouldn't refer to those that are like 6 foot tall, 5'11" as like, like, or in that have hazel eyes as like, not correct or something. That would seem absurd to say, right?
No, I'm not saying that it's not correct. What I'm saying is that if the majority of your test subjects have this rule applied to them, then that is what you would consider the norm, the average, the fact. There are outliers do happen in statistics.
Yeah, okay. So the example that I was bringing up was just essentially just to see how he bases the idea of gender identity. And I was going to show him that there are some social elements to gender identity, that it's not solely biological. That's essentially all I was arguing. And I can just demonstrate this one quick way. Are you Christian?
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm definitely...
Okay, so this is the way that I typically do it to people who are Christian. God the Father is a man, right? We use he, him pronouns to refer to him. Yet he has no biology. Prior to incarnation, no biology. Doesn't have a male member, doesn't have XY chromosomes, doesn't have small gametes. He has none of the biological sex characteristics, but we can still use gendered pronouns and gender identity to refer to God, meaning that some aspect of gender is going to be sociological in nature. Not all of it is going to be biological. That's all we're saying.
Right. No, and like...
I can't hear you currently. You must have cut out.
I said it might come off as I'm against transsexuals or intersex people or any of that.
Trans people.
And that's not what I'm saying. Trans people, okay? What I'm saying is it's not logical, it's not feasible to take the smaller sample and apply it to the larger population. If the 3% becomes more important than the 97%, or not more important, but more focused in on than the 97%, then the 97% is is what? Like you can't leave out the majority.
No one's leaving out the majority when we were having that conversation.
Because it like what I'm saying is the 97% the should be looked at as what you would say is the norm. The 3% are the outliers.
Okay, so then I shouldn't be looked at as the. Okay, so then in the same way that you don't. In the same way that you think that like.
Should be made. Shouldn't the rules being made for the 97%, not just the 3%?
Rules are made for everyone. Okay. We have to, take into account situations that are unlikely. What percent of people do you think are affected by crime in this country? It's not going to be everyone. It's going to be a small percent of people, right, that are affected by crime, right? In certain instances, like say, for example, murder. What percent of the population? What percent of the population is affected? Let me please finish. What percent of the population is affected by murder? Very small percent, right? Probably less than 3% of the population. So if less than 3% of the population is directly affected by murder, then would you agree that it is the case that then, in that circumstance, there shouldn't be any laws limiting murder? Because we should only judge based upon the majority of cases?
No, because murder doesn't just affect the person who is indeed murdered. It affects families. Like you can't say the population of people is only 3% who are affected by murder. No, it affects a wide range of people.
Yes. Hey, Tyler.
Eli, go for it.
I'm sorry. this is such a slam dunk. It's too easy. All right. Hey, Tyler, man. Sorry. Just so you know, you're talking to. My name's Eli. I'm a 32-year-old trans man. I'm about to help you because I'm going back to when you were talking about intersex people, and you were like really stuck and still seem to be stuck on this notion that we can just appeal to the majority and forget the minority because like fuck those people, right? So I'm gonna debunk that hopefully in your mind really quick. So the first thing that I did was I did a quick Google search on approximately how much of the global population is intersex, right? So that's 1.7%. That doesn't sound like a lot until you find out that 1.7% is approximately 130 million people. And then when you break it down farther so that you can, make it easy for that to digest in your brain, that's greater than the population of Texas, California, and Florida combined, given that the population of Texas is 31.3 million, the population of California is 39.4 million, and the population of Florida is 23.4 million. So what you are asking is for that large majority of the country. If you just like wrap your mind around that in an empathetic kind of light, in an empathetic kind of way, that many people are getting excluded from whatever law that you want because you're appealing to the majorities. Like, does that make sense?
No, I understand what you're saying. Okay, what is that? If 1.3 is the percent, is that globally or is that United States?
That would be globally. That would mean that there are people that are around the world that are just like myself.
Okay, so you're telling me that 130 million people out of 7 billion people, the 130 million people
matter?
It's not matter.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not about matter or not. It's about, okay, I'm not saying that it shouldn't matter, but I'm saying that the majority rules should be based on the 98.1%.
Tyler, I got a question for you. You know that there is a chance, I don't know where you are. I don't know how many times that you've been around like airports. I don't know if you like travel around the country, but there's a chance, maybe it's like teeny tiny slim, that you and I have pissed in the same bathroom, let alone maybe pissed in the same bathroom at the same time. Because I'm 32. Yeah, there's a very, very high chance of that, right? And you never fucking knew, nor did you have an issue with it until recently when there was $215 billion that was spent in anti-trans advertisement. So I'm confused. What I'm getting at and why I started with that in response to you is
How do you know? You don't know anything about me, bruh. Like how can you even say that?
Because
when I was 15 years old, I watched the TLC documentary on transsexual people, and
it's not a term we use anymore. And I'm sorry, but your TLC documentary is like not going to hold some sort of testimony to my 32-year lived experience and the 130. Actually, you know what? That was intersex statistics.
Well,
I don't even factor in how many people are killed in that stat.
I just started feeling some type of way because they spent money on a anti-trans.
Yeah, and I think it worked. Because
from the time I was a young person and I could determine that I had a male member and I wanted to start a life with someone who had female members, since I was that age, it never made sense for me, a person of the 98.8%, it never made sense for me that people would want to change the way that they were created.
Okay. So what you're saying is because you don't understand, and however many percent of the population, because you don't understand, that means that rather than learn or try to educate yourself, let's just say, fuck you. I don't understand you, so I don't want to learn anything about you. I'm just going to turn my eyes and ears off, my heart off, my brain off, and I'm going to make laws that keep you away from me so that I don't ever have to acknowledge that. So I don't ever have to grow to learn or educate myself or maybe humanize you. Maybe the person speaking to you right now is literally just a human being who just wants the same rights, not any more rights than you, but just wants the same rights for myself and for the people like me and for the people that are struggling from things like I'm struggling with. That's it. I don't need you to understand me. I just need you to stop making laws or voting for laws that continue to restrict my rights when you don't even understand what rights those are. Do you know it's illegal for me to pee in public in my state now? Not in public as an indecent exposure. It is illegal for me to use a public restroom.
Is it legal for you to use the public restroom because you're not complying with the way that the majority?
And what did it do if we pissed next to each other, Tyler? Which you've already acknowledged you might have. If we've pissed next to each other, I'm sorry. Did I bother you?
No.
Exactly.
I don't have a problem.
Why shouldn't I? But you want me. So I'm a trans man, right? That means that I was born assigned female at birth and I present outwardly just like any other fucking cis dude. That is just the way that I navigate. But you want people like me now because I was assigned with female genitalia that you want me to go into women's restrooms, which just opens the door for people that look like me who may not have the same anatomy that I was born with to go in that room and say they're a trans man. You don't understand how this is negatively impacting everybody. And positively impacting
negatively impacting everybody, and that's what the disconnect is here. It's negatively impacting the 1%.
No, it's not. That's wrong. You're wrong. 98%. You're wrong because you want to know the primary target so far of this anti-trans bathroom legislation. So far, it's been young women that are not trans. So far, minors. There was go ahead and look this one up. Everybody should hear about this one by now. The one that just happened at Buffalo Wild Wings, where she had just turned 18-year-old just went to the bathroom, and one of the waitresses, I think, had heckled her and made her prove that she was a woman, and so she showed her top half of her body. That wasn't a trans person. There's tons of these cases happening. There's been people that have been fired from their jobs that are not trans. You have to acknowledge because
There's people that are fired. There's people that are fired from their jobs who got neck tattoos.
So you're just gonna be
okay?
disingenuous. No, you're just gonna be
No,
disingenuous.
it's
I thought maybe if I
you
could
are
prove
being-
your stat every single time you no
disingenuous.
Tyler, every single time that I bring up a point,
because of
like to
your
counter
shared
your points.
experiences, you think that it should apply to majority, and that's just not fair to the majority.
Oh, how hard is it? Oh, it's not fair to the majority for why? How is it hurting you?
It doesn't hurt me. What hurts me
But
is
it-
whenever.
But it is
hurts
hurting me. But it is hurting me. It's not hurting you or people like you, but it is hurting me and people like me. Do you hear that?
Yes, I'm sorry that you have lived through terrible things due to policies, and I'm sorry that you feel like.
Yeah, I've
I
lived through some
am
terrible
against
things,
you,
like Tyler,
okay?
like Tyler.
Because
How about
I'm
this
not
one?
against you
Hey, man.
or your choices.
Hey, man.
That
Hey, man.
is for
Listen.
you to decide. Okay.
Hey.
I am not against you, or I'm not against anybody who chooses to live that life. That is not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is the rules should be made for the majority of the people, not just the minority, not just the 1%, 1.8% that you just said. The wide-ranging rules should not be made for the small percent of people. The wide-ranging rules should be made.
I hope that you keep. All right, you're gonna keep going on here. Like a couple things because I'm about to be done talking to you. A couple things. I hope you keep that mentality when they start because they're coming for our pew pew rights right now. I hope you keep that same mentality that the minority should not represent the majority because the second that they come for mine, they're gonna come for you. Stop. I am not done. I am not done. 2, you are trying to sit up here talking about like MAGAs, facts over feelings, but the whole entire thing that like your argument revolves around is your feelings because I've established and eliminated, rebutted with like statistics, every side of my argument when it came to your talking points, and then you would just go to a new talking point each time. You're just like wanting to unalive on this hill, man. And the last thing is like I really honestly, dude, your insistence on just like not understanding and wanting to wrap your mind around just like protecting the majority, it makes no sense to me, man. It doesn't. I hope that you enjoy the things that you're saying because I served for 13 years active duty because of people like you. Minorities like me, I don't want to hear thank you from you. Minorities like me lost their job. Like 3 weeks ago was my last day of active duty. And I'm not going to stop talking about that or sharing that because this is what's happening. We're seeing a progression of this bullshit. But you have every right to come up here and say whatever the fuck you want, even when it's incorrect or even when it's like the opposite of American. Because I served and swore an oath, like kept raising my hand so that you could do that. And I hope that you can continue to enjoy it and that democracy doesn't continue to crumble in the name of fucking fascism while you go along and sniff their behinds the whole way until, I don't even know. Just, it's frustrating, dude. Thanks for having me up, Parker.
The same frustration that you experience from your side is the same experience that we experience from this side.
Tyler,
And
one thing I want to address here. One thing I want to address here is that we make the laws for everyone, right? The law applies to everyone, and we have to take into account all these different cases that can happen in order to create good laws in the first place that are going to be good for the people in general. Okay, that's what we're talking about here, and we're trying to give you cases here that are clearly obvious to you, right? Because it's not just the very small percent that you're gonna like focus everything about. Right, in every single circumstance, but for some reason it becomes that focus for you when we're referencing trans people, but not when we're referencing how Trump supporters view the top 1% and view extremely rich people, because disproportionately that's who's getting the tax breaks to cut 420,000 children off of their free school lunch and breakfast every single month on average, 2.5 million people off their food stamps, and over 10 million people off of their health insurance through Medicaid. That's the 1% that the Republicans are focused on. So if you want to talk about the 1% that people are focused on, has nothing to do with trans people, and everything to do with the top 1% and Republicans.
All right. Hey, I get what you're saying, and I'm not out here to defend the uber rich people. Like, that's not what I'm out here to do.
That's what Trump's doing. At the end of the day, hundreds of thousands of children, right, will literally be at school hungry because of Donald Trump's legislation. Every month, on average. And that's something that you voted for with voting for Donald Trump.
It's not Donald Trump. I have 5 children. And it's not Donald Trump's responsibility, or the government's responsibility, rather, to feed my children.
To feed children? Yes, it is. It is absolutely the government's responsibility. It is. Wait, hold on. It is absolutely the government's responsibility to feed hungry children. It is totally the government's responsibility to feed hungry children. Like, come on, please.
It is the parents of those hungry children's responsibility to feed those children.
It is okay. Again, and the point is that we want to ensure everyone is taken care of. And when there are situations where parents, right, can't provide that for their children, well, then it is the case that we should specifically provide. No child would I want to go hungry.
Right. I completely agree that no child should go hungry. But at the same time, I'm not leaving out the fact that no parent should let their child go hungry.
You said what? Say that one more time.
I said, I agree that no child should go hungry. That's terrible to think. But at the same time, I also think that no parent should be letting their children go hungry.
I mean, sure, but like, does that mean cutting people off of their, like, the children off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast? Are you saying we should get rid of free school lunch and breakfast? Is that your argument?
I'm saying that if you as a parent can't provide for your child, then you shouldn't have had children.
Okay, and then what are you going to do for the child? Are you going to wait? So are you going to take the parents away from the children? Is that what you're going to do?
No.
Okay,
No,
so if you're not going to do that, then you're going to let the child starve.
No, I am not. I mean,
so
my children
that's
aren't
what. Then
gonna
what are you doing here?
My
So you're
children aren't
going to
gonna
provide
starve
free
because
school
I'm
lunch.
gonna make
Wait, hold up. So you're going to provide free school lunch and breakfast then, right? For children that can't, for whose parents cannot afford it.
I'm not providing that.
I
I'm
will.
providing for my
I pay into the tax system. I will totally provide that. That's such a small portion of the budget. The fact that you want to cut access to 420,000 children getting access to free school lunch and breakfast is crazy to me when they're giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. This big, beautiful bill adds $3.4 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. And it literally puts us worse off economically speaking. And it literally also takes stuff away from children. So it's not like this gives you like a benefit or brings us more money back so that we're able to pay down the debt. This is money that they're just giving to millionaires and billionaires disproportionately. They're giving tax breaks to the top 1%. Under Harris's bill, she would have kept all of the tax breaks for income under $400,000. And she would have only increased taxes for the income over $400,000. You know how tax brackets work. It's only true for the income over that. So if you make $500,000 right in a year, you'll only pay I think it's 4% higher or a few percent higher on that extra 100,000. That's worth it to feed children. That's worth it to like ensure that people have health care. That's worth it to make sure that like we don't have people in this country who are being ripped away from their communities and from their families without due process. Right? For people who are being racially profiled in this country based upon the different types of laws that are enforced by the Trump administration at the behest of the conservatives that are put into the position in the Supreme Court by Donald Trump himself. That's not worth it. It's not worth the gutting of the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. The only thing that we had in this country meant to actually address the existential threat of climate change. Because the reality is that the environment being negatively impacted affects our health. It affects the economy around the world. It affects people in need. And that inevitably harms us to a greater extent than addressing the issue of climate change in the very first place. We save money from a societal perspective by addressing it. Donald Trump saying the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. That's literally not based in science. That's denying a scientific consensus that not only the climate is increasing in temperature and that it will continue to increase in temperature, but that also it's caused by human beings.
Okay. I mean, really, I'm on lunch break, so I don't have time to like pull up more factual things that, like, you know, numbers and things that I would like to talk about with you. And my views and life point and experiences are different from you guys, or you people, I guess would be a better way to say that. I don't know. But I enjoy you sharing your perspective, and have a great day.
Appreciate you coming up. I hope that he watches back that conversation later and takes that into account. I really would hope so. Love T, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Not thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's just diabolical. I mean, I feel like it should convince people, like when I talk about the fact that, children are being cut off their access to free school lunch and breakfast, I feel like that should be such a convincing point. And I feel like for a lot of people it is, but like, damn, that's not the one I meant to click. I just feel like it's not as convincing to Trump supporters as I think it should be. Iris, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I did see that. Yes, you should have told him to debate me and Dean. Yes, he's still running. Jackie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, I think they accidentally sent a guest request. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Orange, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
For sure. Let me thank a few people, and then I'll make sure to get on to our conversation real quick. Tilo, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Orange with the $10. Thank you. Brady, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much. Aaron with the $5. Haley, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it, everyone. Thank you so much. Alex, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Caroline with the $5 as well. Thank you.
Parker,
go ahead.
How much does the Democratic Party pay you to do this?
I don't get paid anything by the Democratic Party.
Oh, you don't? I thought you did. I mean, I've heard. Is that just rumors?
Yeah, that's just people who are insane who say that. Do you actually think that I'm paid by the Democratic Party? Liz, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
We get paid on TikTok.
Yes, by people who like my content. So I'll tell you how I get paid. YouTube, TikTok, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
So are you loaded?
Do you want to have a conversation about anything illegitimate?
I just want to know your net worth. No, I'm just kidding.
It's $10 trillion. Look at my net worth. I have 10 trillion. I am the richest man on the planet, dude. Paisley, thank you so much. I appreciate the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Getting paid by me right now. Thank you. And you want to ask my source for what's my $10 trillion net worth? It's the Parker of Parker Statistics, PPS.
Would you debate Charlie Kirk again?
Yeah, he got destroyed.
How do you figure?
How do I figure? Because he got destroyed on every single point we talked about, right? Whether it be the idea that he brings up to everyone, quote unquote, what is a woman? We could bring up the fact that I destroyed him on the economy. He didn't even know what real median wages was. He said, oh, that's not accounting for like the fact that people have less purchasing power. I'm like, real is accounting for inflation. And then he said the same thing again. I'm like, dude, do you know what real median wages was? And he's like, you don't have to be rude. Like, that's literally what he said, bro. He got publicly demolished, bro.
Well, I want to pray for you.
Okay.
All right. Heavenly Father, I thank you for Parker and his life, Lord. I just want you to help him, Lord, in everything that he does, Lord, and reaching people, Lord, and just help him to see that God loves him, Lord, for who he is, Lord, and we love Parker, Lord, and everything that he's doing, Lord, is maybe not of you, Lord, but we ask him to see you, Lord, and read the Bible, Lord, and get into the Word, Lord, and know that there's only two genders, Lord, and what'd I say?
Dude, this is so cringe. Stop. What is this? Oh my god, I'm cringing through the screen, bro. Oh my god, dude, please, no. Oh my gosh, dude. Know that there's two genders, Lord. Do you believe in biology? Do you believe in science?
Yeah.
Trump said the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. Do you think that's delusional for him to believe? He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Do you think that's delusional to believe?
Well, God's making the earth new.
What? That's not a response to what I
Have
just
you-
said. No, Trump
have you
said
read-
the climate is going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. And he said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, which both of those are completely false. There's no evidence to substantiate either. So can
Have you
you
read the
tell me
book?
why he believes that? Isn't that delusional?
Have you read the book of Revelations?
The Book of Revelations. Yes. Revelation.
Have you ever opened a Bible?
Yeah. Well, I mean, is that why you called it Revelations?
Well, I mean, do you know what book that is?
The last book of the New Testament?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Of the New Testament. I got a
Mhm.
Bible right here, but
Can you tell me off the top of your head?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay. What about the Old Testament? First 4.
Genesis, Exodus. I got a Bible right here, but I don't know. the
Leviticus,
Bible.
Numbers, Deuteronomy. I mean, I can mention multiple of the books. I grew up in a
So you know
Christian
the book.
household.
You know the books, but you don't know. It's not in your
Really,
heart.
I mean, does it say in the books that like, art thou shall take 420,000 children off of their free school lunch and breakfast? You know, does it say that in the Bible? What verse is that? What verse does it say to like give tax cuts to the millionaires and billionaires? What verse says that? What verse says supporting a guy who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol? What verse says to support an adulterer, a serial adulterer that cheated on every single one of his wives?
I can give you a verse.
I'd love to hear it. What verse said that?
Are you ready? All right.
Yep.
Look it up on your computer.
Okay, I got you.
Philippians 4:13. You got it?
Okay.
Type it in. Now I want you to read it to all your supporters.
It's literally just, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. That's it. That's not even
That's
relevant to what we were talking about. Do you want, hey, you have a Bible right next to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you read Exodus 21, 20 through 21?
Okay, I'm pulling it up.
Yeah.
Exodus 20 through 21.
Yeah,
And the Lord
Exodus,
came down on-
Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
21, 22, wait, 21. Okay, and the Lord said unto Moses, go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also, which came near to the Lord, sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. None were excluded concerning the warning. And then Moses said unto the Lord,
You're reading the
people
wrong
cannot
part.
come.
I said Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
Oh, I was in 20.
Yeah, Exodus 21, 20 through 21. I can read it off if you want me to.
Okay. Exodus 21. Wait, I got it.
20 through 21, yeah.
20 through 21. I'm a little slow.
Yeah, no, it's dude, you're Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
Okay. And if a man smite his servant or maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished. Notwithstanding he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is money. Meaning that he has paid for the
By the way, this
services
isn't like a
of the
disputed
servant.
interpretation. I don't know what book you're reading. The
No, this is
interpretation is anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. That's what Exodus 21, 20 through 21 says. Would you like to? I mean, I can bring up other ones if you'd like to. Is that the book that you follow? Is that the book I should be looking to?
Yeah, it's the Bible. But I don't know. Maybe I'm reading the wrong.
Can you read to me Leviticus 25, 44 through 46?
Okay, hold on. This is the Old Testament, though.
Yeah, that's fine. That's still God, right?
But all these were made new when Jesus died.
What do you mean made new? Like this didn't happen? Because God's all
No, it
knowing, all
happened.
powerful, all good. How would a God ever be able to claim?
When
By
Jesus
the way, it's
died.
44 through 46, by the way.
Oh, okay. Leviticus 40.
Leviticus 44 through 46. Sorry, I apologize. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. I apologize. I can just read it if you'd like.
Okay. Or actually, I want to read it in my book because it has a little commentary.
Here, I'll just read it. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Can you read me Timothy 2:12?
I got different version.
Yeah, what do you have, the King James version?
Yeah.
You want to read 1 Timothy 2:12?
What version are you reading?
I'm going based upon the what's it called? The one that comes up on Bible Gateway. It's just the first one that comes up on Bible Gateway.
Okay,
It can go through any of them. I can click on any of the new ones if you'd like, or any of the old ones. Like King James is like not a good translation though. So
Why do you say that?
1 Timothy 2:12 says, "I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet." That's in the New Testament. So I don't think the Bible is going to be something I'm going to point to and say like every verse I point to in the Bible is going to be some great, amazing thing that we can utilize for something good. Obviously, there are things in the Bible that you agree with and things that you think are good, but that is not an example of it, right? And if you can't take everything from the Bible, and these are prescriptions from the Bible, then how is God all good, all powerful, all knowing, and perfect if there's some divine influence over the Bible? Especially when God's like saying to Moses what the law is. That's why I brought up like Exodus. That's like literally God saying to Moses what the law is. And wait, by the way, you're an evangelist?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, like, shouldn't you know a lot of these things about the Bible?
I mean, I do. I went to Bible school.
Okay.
Have,
I guess. Do you think that Jesus would kick 420,000 children off of their free school lunch and breakfast to give tax cuts to billionaires? Would that be something that Jesus does?
Well, Jesus didn't do that.
Yeah, Jesus literally dropped manna from the sky, right?
Who do you think's in charge of the world right now?
I don't believe in God or any God in general. I'm an agnostic atheist, meaning that I don't know what is the cause of our existence, and I don't believe it was a God. It could be. I don't believe it could be the Christian God, but it could be another notion of a God. I don't know.
Do you believe in the devil?
No.
Why don't you believe in the devil? So you don't believe
I don't believe in religion?
Oh, okay.
If I don't believe in God, why would I believe in the devil?
Is there really 4,000 people watching this?
There's 4.6 thousand on TikTok, and then there's 2.5 thousand on YouTube. So there's actually more than that.
So this is viral?
No, I wouldn't consider this viral.
Oh. Have you ever been on Fox News?
No, I haven't, but I would go on there and destroy all of them. That'd be fun. Do you watch Fox News?
I love Fox News.
Why do you like Fox News?
Because they're all Christians.
They're all Christians. So do you like Kamala Harris because she's Christian?
I mean, yeah, I like her.
Okay. Do you think someone could be
love-
Christian and then also never ask God for forgiveness ever in their life?
No.
Well, Donald Trump said that he has never asked God for forgiveness before.
That's not true. You don't know his heart.
No, Trump said that he never asked God for forgiveness.
How long ago?
Does that matter? In 2015. But he hasn't given any indication that he's changed that. I mean, just, you want to take a look here. I can play a clip right here of, that's actually the wrong one. That's Trump saying that his daughter is voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one. 1 second. I'm clicking on the one where he can't say which Bible verse. Oh, that's him saying on Howard Stern that he likes to perv on naked women in changing rooms without their consent, and that there was an 18-year-old that came out, so there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old. My bad. Sorry, I need to click on the other one. They're all just under the. It just says like the videos, so I have to click through them. I apologize. Here we go.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what 1 or 2 of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite.
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
no,
you like.
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke. Very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
Okay.
How do you feel about the Bible?
I mean, I don't follow it. And clearly, I probably read more of it than Trump. I think I know more about the Bible than Trump. I definitely think I know that. I can definitely say that. And I'm an atheist.
Trump has people. No, I wouldn't say that. I would like you to debate. Would you debate Trump?
Yes. What?
All right, let me call him.
You don't have his number, bro? Why did you just say that?
No, I got his number. I know Donald Trump Jr. I met Donald Trump Jr.
You're trolling.
And
right?
J.D. Vance. No,
I'm
not
serious.
trolling.
Get him on the live. I'm serious. Get Trump on the live.
I would love to, but I don't know if. I mean, I could call. Maybe I could DM him.
Could you get Trump Jr. on the live? I'll talk to Trump Jr. I would love to debate him. Trump Jr. I'll debate the whole Trump family at once.
I bet you will someday on Fox News.
I mean, I will. Let's do it. Let's set it up. Where's this debate? No, you said you know them, right? You said you have his number. Can you please just get in contact to Trump Jr.? I'd love to have a conversation and dunk on him. You know, that'd be amazing. It wouldn't be Trump fan destroyed by his own argument. It would be Trump fam destroyed by their own argument. You know what I mean? Do you actually have like a connection, or why'd you just randomly say that, bro? For Little Crown, do you actually have his phone number?
I met him. I met Donald Trump Jr. and JD Vance.
But you don't have their phone number,
And
right?
I've been to their rallies, like a lot of Trump's rallies.
You've been to a lot of Trump rallies?
Yeah.
Why do you like going to Trump rallies?
Because I think he's the greatest president of our lifetime.
What makes you think that he's the greatest president of our lifetime?
Because how he's bringing Christianity back to America.
Okay, how is he bringing back Christianity to America while simultaneously not being able to say his favorite Bible verse? Right, along with literally saying that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Well, that was in 2015.
By dropping the Trump Bible? Is he doing it by dropping the Trump Bible?
He wants to bring Bibles back into schools.
The Trump Bible into schools? And by the way, bringing back Bibles into schools isn't like some great thing. That's not do you want to bring back other religious texts into schools? Why just Christian?
Because that's the one true way to heaven.
Okay, so you want to force your ideology onto children and indoctrinate them? I mean, you can keep it to yourself, dude. Keep it to yourself. But, like, I don't want you, like, shoving it in everyone's faces, bro. Like, shoving it down the throats of our children. Like, that's crazy, bro. Like, that's not what they should be learning in school, dude. Like, seriously.
What do you think they should be
You're advocating for children to be indoctrinated by propaganda.
What do you think they should be learning about?
Science, math, right? English and, different languages, education, right? History. That sounds great, right? Scarlett, think of the $10. Art, life skills, reading comprehension.
They are learning all that.
Critical thinking.
But you don't think we should have God in schools?
We definitely need civics there too, and finance and economics. But that's as the later we go. What's up?
You don't think we should have God in schools?
Hell no.
Why would you say that?
I mean, if you want there to be God in schools, then do religious studies courses. I think that's fine. Like a religious studies course where it goes over like all major religions. I wouldn't have an issue with that, actually. But just doing Christianity is crazy to me.
I studied all religions.
Yeah, that's fine. I took a religious studies course in college. I think that's okay.
Did you go to private school?
No, I didn't go to private school.
Oh, okay.
I went to public school, K through 12. So, why was Trump the greatest president ever? You said he's bringing back Christianity, but maybe could you mention a policy that's bringing back Christianity? Because I don't think he's doing that as a person, because he's a serial adulterer, had 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration, and lied about the results of the 2020 election.
Well, did you watch him speak yesterday at the Bible Museum?
No,
did you see that?
What did he say?
Well, I mean, it was good. They were just praying for the country, and he was just talking about the power of prayer and how we need prayer.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, religion. So it's very important to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And for those people that are a little bit naive or not well-read, there is a tremendous anti-Christian bias. We don't hear about it. We don't think about it. You hear about anti-Semitic, but you don't hear about anti-Christian. Now, you have a strong anti-Christian bias, but we're ending that rapidly, I will tell you. We're in a much different world today than we were 1 year ago. This is like a different world.
What is the anti-Christian bias?
I mean, overseas, Christians are getting their heads chopped off. And
he's talking about in the U.S.
Yeah, Christians.
In the U.S., what anti-Christian bias is there?
Christians are getting persecuted.
But in what way? By the way, this is I literally went to the speech. I clicked on a random point in the speech. That was just a random point. I didn't even like purposefully click like a certain point. That was a random ass point in the speech.
That was awesome. That was so awesome. Can you say thank you? Can you
explain
say thank you?
What anti-Christian bias? Tell me, how are they persecuted in the U.S.?
Well, do you know? I mean, do you know this guy named Parker?
Are you talking about me? You think I'm persecuting Christians? Yes. Bro, come on. No, give me an actual point.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people persecuting everybody that follows your channel. A lot of them, but then there's some other people. There's Christians that.
How am I persecuting Christians?
Because you're not accepting the Bible as the word of God.
So because I'm not Christian, I'm persecuting Christians? What? Because I'm not Christian. What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean?
Well, you're not persecuting Christians, but there is persecution going on all over the world.
Okay, so then can you tell me what persecution against Christians is happening in the United States?
I just know it happens like in the Middle East.
So do you want to give me like a, by the way, like I don't even know why you would just randomly bring that up. Could you even reference what you're saying? But could you reference in the U.S.? He was talking about anti-Christian bias in the U.S. So what anti-Christian bias exists in the U.S.? Or do you agree that that's a delusional statement?
No, there's a lot of Muslims in the United States.
Muslims existing in the United States is not anti-Christian bias. What are you talking about? That's not Christian persecution. Wait, Trump was himself advocating for religious persecution by saying that all Muslims should be banned from coming to the country. He said a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That's religious persecution.
Well, because some of them, not all of them, I won't say all of them, but some of them are terrorists.
Some Christians are terrorists.
Who?
The KKK? Like, a lot of them call themselves Christians.
They weren't Christian. They weren't real Christians.
Well, you could say that, but like a lot of people could claim the same thing specifically for other religions. So do you want to address that? Like, don't you never want to talk about Christian terrorists at all? Like, especially if we look at like on the global stage throughout history, like the Crusades, Christian terrorism was very prevalent around the entire world, right? Imperialism, Christian imperialism is Christian terrorism. So like, let's not deny that. Let's not like not acknowledge that. That's incredibly important to acknowledge.
Mm-hmm. And that's what Trump was saying.
No, it wasn't. That's not what anti-Christian bias is there. What Christian persecution is there in the United States?
Can you look up Clayton Jennings?
I don't even know how this is relevant. What?
I just want to play you a video.
Can I play you a video first?
Yes. I love hearing other people's opinions and yeah,
well,
I love
this. This is something that just came out here that we got access to that I think is important to like know about, and also like I want to hear people's thoughts on, because I think that this is like incredibly fucking crazy. So, take it here. There's actually. This is what I want you to watch right here.
Okay, guys, breaking news. So 2 months ago, the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump sent Epstein a letter for his 50th birthday, including a depiction of a naked woman in the statement.
Sorry, I apologize. Let me just do this, and we're gonna put him on the screen.
Every new day be another wonderful secret. Now, this led to people in the Trump administration denying that the letter even existed. J.D. Vance, for instance, called it, quote-unquote, complete and utter bullshit. But here's a breaking news part. Today, that letter was released by Congress. Look, here it is. This is a verified copy of the letter that was released today by a House subcommittee. This is a bombshell. Why would they lie? Why would they say this letter doesn't exist? But we're not done yet, because today, after Congress released this letter, the White House responded by saying that's not Trump's signature. And you could see why the White House is trying to paint that narrative. If we look at one of his signatures today, and then we compare it to the signature on the letter, they look different. But the thing is, they're lying, and I can prove it. If we compare the signature on the Epstein letter that the White House is saying is fake to other letters that he sent in the 90s, you will see that the signatures are identical. And it doesn't stop there. Here's a book that he signed in the 90s that's up for auction today. Look at that signature. Identical. Here's another book that he signed in 1997. Look at that. Identical. People need to know the truth, and if the White House isn't going to offer us true transparency, we're going to have to do it for them. So I need your help. Please spread the word. Okay, guys, breaking news. So 2 months ago, the Wall
What are your
Street
thoughts
Journal
on that?
reported that Trump...
I didn't really understand it.
Do you want me to play it again?
Wait,
play it
let
one
me
more
read
time.
it.
sent Epstein a letter for his 50th birthday, including a depiction of a naked woman in the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Now, this led to people in the Trump administration denying that the letter even existed. J.D. Vance, for instance, called it, quote-unquote, complete and utter bullshit. But here's the breaking news part. Today, that letter was released by Congress. Look, here it is. This is a verified copy of the letter that was released today by a House subcommittee. This is a bombshell. Why would they lie? Why would they say this letter doesn't exist? But we're not done yet, because today, after Congress released this letter, the White House responded by saying that's not Trump's signature. And you could see why the White House is trying to paint that narrative. If we look at one of his signatures today, and then we compare it to the signature on the letter, they look different. But the thing is, they're lying, and I can prove it. If we compare the signature on the Epstein letter that the White House is saying is fake to other letters that he sent in the 90s, you will see that the signatures are identical. And it doesn't stop there. Here's a book that he signed in the 90s that's up for auction today. Look at that signature. Identical. Here's another book that he signed in 1997. Look at that. Identical. People need to know the truth, and if the White House isn't going to offer us true transparency, we're going to have to do it for them. So I need your help. Please spread the word.
What are your thoughts on that?
Have you ever lied?
Have I ever lied? Yes.
Have you ever stolen anything? So you would be called a liar, right?
No, just because I've lied once wouldn't mean I'm a pathological liar.
Have you ever stolen anything? Even if it was small.
Yeah.
Even if it was small.
What's your point with this?
I'm saying we all need a savior.
Oh, don't do this. Give me an actual response. Don't do the whole everyone has sinned. We need a savior. Give me a response to this specifically.
I didn't really understand the point of the video.
What? What do you mean? It demonstrates that the letter that Trump sent to Epstein, right, is literally that where they're trying to hide secrets and shit. That specifically was acknowledged to be true. We have it. Secondly, like Trump was literally like they were like joking about literally selling someone to Epstein or to Trump for $22,000. That was a joke that they brought up, or they claimed to be a joke. Is that Christian behavior? Is that something that you'll stand by?
I mean, we've all sinned.
What?
I've sinned a lot.
I'm sorry, you can't just write that off as people have sinned. I'm sorry, are you willing to just overlook that? Like, would you say that same thing about Hitler?
Yeah, he was a sinner.
Wait, but like, would you say that, like, would you vote for him if he had Donald Trump's policy? Versus Kamala Harris?
I don't know, I wasn't alive during that time.
No, if Hitler were time traveled to today, would you vote for him versus Kamala Harris?
Well, Hitler had some mental health problems.
Can you answer the question? Would you vote for Hitler over Kamala Harris?
I don't know, because that's hard to answer.
How is that hard to answer? Hitler or Kamala Harris for president? How is that a hard question?
Probably Donald Trump.
That wasn't one of the possible.
Oh. No, I don't know.
Hitler or Kamala Harris?
I can't say.
What do you mean you can't say? What do you mean? Who do you think would be a better candidate, Kamala Harris or Hitler?
I'm not into politics.
Why are you on a political live debating me? And two,
And
you don't need to be quote unquote into politics to know that Kamala Harris is a better candidate than I can't even speak, than fucking Hitler. Dude, what? I just don't get it. I just don't get it. What do you mean you can't answer? I clicked the wrong thing. What do you mean you can't answer that? That's so fucking crazy. That's so crazy. I have some people to thank, and then I have to go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Actually, we'll get someone up, and then we'll start saying thank you to people. Give me a second, everyone. Oh, my God. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I voted Trump 3 times.
Okay. Is there a way you get closer to your mic? It's really hard to hear you. Just letting you know. And also, I'm going to thank some people in the meantime while you do so. Kyle, thank you for the $3.40. Thank you so much, Kyle. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I just got a random flag for this behavior is not in line with our policies and may result in gifting suspension. Reason reproduced content. What? I'm on my main account. What are they talking about? It's me. Oh, the Dean clip? What the fuck, dude? I can't play Dean's video? Dean would tell me I can play it. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? TikTok, what the hell? Dean's video? Dean's video. Dean's one of my best friends. What the fuck, dude? You can't even make this shit up, dude. Let me say thank you to some people, everyone. Give me a second. What the fuck is going on? Kyle, thank you for the $3.47. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, literally, I played that earlier. Christina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brady, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Andrew, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you. Jalen with the $4.20. Thank you. Katie with the $5. Jay with the $5. Thank you. Megan with $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Stacy, thank you for the $10. Kirk with the $4.20. Caroline with the $5. And Ashton with the $5. Thank you. As well as Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And let me make sure to catch up to everyone on YouTube as well. It was just a flag, everyone. I don't think it will limit the push of the stream. If it does, I will hit a restart, but I don't think it will. That's just crazy. That's actually nuts that it did that for Dean's video. I'm going to have to tell him about that later. Grateful, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. Fluffy, thank you for the $5. Jonna, thank you so much for the $20. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fluffy, thank you for the $2. Scarlet with the $10. Thank you. Shupel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Iris, the $5 again. Diley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Verlian, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $6.60 kind with the $5. Roland, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Osiris, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Paisley with the $7. And Liz, thank you for the $5. Jackie with the $5. Thank you. And I'm caught up, as well as Candy with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Candy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? That was absolutely wild. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Parker, it's me, Greg. What's up, man?
Yeah, do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, bro, we spoke like 2 weeks ago. Come on.
No. All right.
It's me, Greg.
I'm sorry, I didn't remember you. But I am looking for people who meet that set of criteria on the screen. I'm sorry you just sat there for so long, but you didn't meet the set of criteria on the screen. So that's really unfortunate. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We've almost been on for 2 hours, everyone. We've still got a bit longer on the stream. We're going to be on until like 12:45, so we have another like 3 hours or so left on the stream. Or no, we definitely don't have. Wait, yeah, we do have like 3 hours left. I think, yeah, yeah, a little less than 3 hours. Sorry. Okay, yeah, it does. It did restrict my content. What the fuck? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And why so?
I just think that he's for the American people. I like a lot of his views, but I've been listening to your live stream today, and I just had a couple questions for you, if you wouldn't mind answering.
Go ahead.
Your view on the deportation of immigrants. I do agree that it's not handled all in the best way. What would your idea be in handling it better in order, like, how do we separate the criminals from the people who want to be here to have a better life?
Yeah, we provide a pathway to citizenship for those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. So we give them a process, a pathway to citizenship, and through that pathway to citizenship, there's vetting.
Okay, so how do you suppose we go about separating those people at this point with the millions that have been, crossing the border over the last handful of years?
Wait, say that one more time?
How do you suppose that we would go about, like, separating, if you wanted to say the good versus the bad of the millions that have been allowed to cross the border over the last handful of years?
Yeah, vetting.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
We have a process for them to come to the country legally, where they do not have to leave the country.
Yes, but so earlier you were saying, you obviously don't support the criminals that have come over here and committed crime and murder and rape. Sorry. How do we go about at this point? Because there's so millions have crossed. How do we go about separating them and finding these people now and getting those criminals out of our country?
I just kind of told you is the vetting process, which would then allow for us to have an easier time for law enforcement to identify anyone who's in the country who has committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Okay. You also mentioned with the last gentleman that was on, who got a little wacky at the end, about religion in schools. And I do agree with you that religion should not be implemented in schools. How do you feel about the trans policy, the transgender world in the school system?
Just the existence of trans people and saying that you should accept trans people?
Correct. I do
What's
believe
wrong with
everybody.
that?
Nothing. I think everybody, I don't care what a grown adult does in their personal life, but I've seen it impact a lot of children. Confused adolescents are still in puberty and don't understand all of their emotions and certain things that they're going through. And then somebody's like, oh, well, maybe you're trans. And then they end up doing stuff to themselves and their bodies that they regret in their 20s when they're actually done growing mentally and physically. I have a son, and last year he told me he went into his school bathroom and there was a tampon and pad dispenser in there. Like, do you think all of that is appropriate in the school systems?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. What's wrong with there being literally pads in the bathroom?
In the boys'
How does
room?
how does that hurt them? Because one, it is the case that oftentimes, like say there's like games and sports that they play, there is going to be situations where people are separate. What's it called? There needs to be like teams in different bathrooms, so they use the different bathrooms for the different teams. So does that make sense? Like there being a pad or there being tampons there makes sense. Secondly, right, you could be going in there to grab one for someone else who needs it. Say, for example, you're with someone who's having their period, right, and they ask you to go get it. You could then go into your own bathroom and grab it for them, right?
Well, but
Those are a few
tampons-
examples. And then also people specifically, like say, for example, like trans boys or trans men specifically would also be able to have access to it, given that they would need it.
So you don't think it's confusing for certain adolescents to maybe walk in the bathroom and they see someone who they know was born a girl but is now identifying as a boy? You don't think that that's uncomfortable for them?
I think that trans boys should be able to go into the boys' restroom. Absolutely. I don't think that would be uncomfortable. I wouldn't be uncomfortable. Why would you?
You're
Why
an
would you think
adult.
that's uncomfortable?
You're
No, I
an
meant like
adult.
when I was a kid.
I could definitely say when I was a young girl, if I was in elementary, 5th, 6th grade, if a boy came in my bathroom,
That's not what's happening. That's not what we're talking about. No. If you force trans boys to go into the girls' restroom, that's exactly what would make you uncomfortable because they're more male presenting.
no, I'm not talking about anybody being forced. I think it's the opposite. I think that I think boys should go in the boys' room, girls should go in the girls' room. I don't think boys'
Okay.
bathrooms.
Well, I just also want to let you know there are gender neutral restrooms as well.
Yes, and I agree with those. I think those should be put everywhere. Versus,
Okay, wait, if you're okay with gender neutral
tampons and
restrooms,
pads.
then what do you mean? Then I'm sorry, then you don't have an issue with them all going to the same restroom.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't think that a girl should be allowed in a designated boys' room, and I don't think a boy should be allowed in or vice versa.
Yeah, we're not saying that. I think trans boys are boys and trans girls are girls.
Okay. A trans boy or a trans girl going into a boy's bathroom with tampons and pads that they're never going to need. I don't understand that.
What do you mean they don't understand that? What are you talking about? I gave you many examples in which tampons and pads would be useful in the context of the boys' restroom. Like I gave you multiple examples. Like for example, I have sisters, right? Let's say my sisters asked me and they couldn't go get it themselves, and I needed to go to the restroom to go get it. I could do that for them.
Wait,
okay?
so you're gonna walk into the girls' room to get it, or walk into the boys' room? To
No,
get
I
it?
would exactly. I'd walk into the boys' room. That's why there should be them in the boys' room. You just proved my point. I wouldn't walk into the girls' room. I'd walk into the boys' room. Exactly. You just proved my point.
No, I just don't think it belongs in the boys' room.
Why not? Wait, so you're saying I shouldn't be able to go and get it for my sisters? You're saying I should
No,
have to
I'm
go
not
into the
saying that at
girls'
all.
room to be able to get it for them if they can't get it for themselves?
Not
Or
at
wait
all.
for my
I
mom
mean,
to get back if I was younger. Like what? Are you serious?
No, not at all. I'm not saying that at all. I just don't think that it belongs in the boys' room. They don't menstruate. They have no need for it.
I just gave you an example where I would need it for my sisters.
The chances of it happening are so slim.
What do
to
you
none.
mean the chances of it happening are slim?
I'm sure-
Well, I
I'm sure
have
they-
sisters, and like women and girls have periods when they meet that certain age. So like
Mhm.
my sisters having periods was not something that like never happened. What are you
Are you
talking about?
Are you talking about in a school setting?
Yes.
Okay, so in the whole entire school, they don't have like a girlfriend, or they can't go to the nurse's office to ask for it if they have an emergency.
Well, if they asked me, would that be wrong?
I just don't think it belongs in the boys' room.
Let's say let's say their friends weren't at school, right? They
Mhm.
didn't want to go and ask anyone else. They wanted to ask me, and their brother's right there. right? Why do you think that instead they should have to try and go find one of their friends rather than just asking their brother?
No, you could again. You can go to the nurse's office. They always have those supplies.
How about this? How about this? A single dad. They ask their dad.
Yeah.
Should their dad be able to go get them? Yes. He could go into the bathroom and he could go get them. Well,
at a store.
You understand that, like,
Your dad-
if you're at a
your
school, it would take time to go back and leave the school, right? And you're not gonna want to like leave your kid, right? So if you could just run in there, grab it real quick, and then it's for convenience. You understand that, right? The fact that your biggest issue is tampons and pads is crazy, dude. Like, actually nuts.
No, that's definitely not my biggest issue. But you know, like I said, I have an adolescent son, and he just, when he came home and told me about it, I did not think it was appropriate. Again, I have nothing against.
Wow, the horror! Oh my god! Tampons and pads! No! No! Okay, you know what I think is a bigger issue? Young boys coming home with red pill ideology, right? And literally looking up to people like Donald Trump, who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, who literally said he grabs women by the vagina without asking. I think that's incredibly bad behavior for little boys to be looking up to.
Yes, Donald Trump has definitely made some poor choices. Again, I think all political parties have made poor choices on both sides. I don't condone that behavior at all. Just like all the rumors supposedly with Biden and young children, you know.
These aren't wait, rumors. What I brought up aren't rumors. These are things he said himself.
No, I know. So no, I'm not saying that my biggest issue is tampons in the boys' bathroom. I have an issue with how I feel the trans world is being forced on these children when a child.
It's not. Saying that some kids are trans and that it's okay to be trans is a part of an anti-bullying regime, right? Specifically, an anti-bullying message.
So you
regimen.
Agree,
I meant to say regimen, not regime. What the fuck?
You agree with like an adolescent child who's still, you know, in active puberty should take, you know, hormone blockers or I'm sorry, puberty blockers.
That's determined by their parents and their doctor.
Weren't there states though that were doing it even without parents' consent?
I'd have to see the specific context in which you're referencing, but if you want to talk about the connotation of people having access to it, that is determined by them, their parents, and their doctors, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you don't think that there should be some sort of protection for these children, that this decision can't be made until they're like an actual adult and done with puberty?
So why would they decide to be on puberty blockers after puberty? That makes no sense. And also, like, if we're gonna talk about like in terms of the situation for what's it called, puberty. Again, this is cis children get access to puberty blockers as well. Did you know that?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Cis children that are not trans, also get access to puberty blockers based on precocious puberty.
Cis children? Can you explain that? I don't think I've ever heard that
Children
term.
that are not trans. I said it right after, if you listened.
Okay. For like, what would they get that for? Is it for like a certain medical
I told you,
position?
precocious puberty, which means early puberty.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a different scenario versus like maybe a young girl who's going through some struggles. Maybe she's getting bullied. Maybe she doesn't know if she likes girls or boys. And before she could figure out all that confusion, she, you know, was brought to doctors and made, like I said, sometimes irreversible changes to herself. And then maybe she's 25.
Puberty blockers are reversible.
It's not just puberty blockers. Like I said, some states are allowing these children
Surgery is not happening. That's not happening.
It's not happening anymore?
No, no, surgeries are not happening with minors, no.
Okay. I know it was. Maybe they put a stop to it.
I'd love to see where you were saying that. Like, would you like to provide me a source, maybe?
Well, it was just stuff that I heard, like, on, you know, watching, like, local news.
Local news, so like Fox News, I'm guessing?
I've watched both, but
Fox News, local news, Newsmax.
yeah.
That's where you get your sources from. That's not like
Um,
the best type of sources. Huh? The best
Why
type
not?
of the best type of sources would be AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters. If you're gonna look towards like media, mainstream media, right?
Okay.
That would be like the best if you want to look for nonpartisan sources. I mean, if we're looking at Newsmax and Fox News, those are extremely right-winged media.
Okay. I mean, there's also extreme left-wing media.
Sure.
I mean, I
I'm
don't
not.
know
I'm not citing you
what
CNN.
one is right or wrong.
I'm
Yeah,
not
but-
citing you CNN though. I'm citing
Mhm.
you AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters.
So it's just more of like a neutral.
Yeah, those are more
Party?
neutral programs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Again, I don't have anything against the trans world. I truly don't care what people do in their own personal lives. I just seeing it pushed on children does bother me. I just want to know your thoughts about that, and then I guess you answered the immigration one. So
So can I ask you about other things then? I guess I'll ask you this question because you care about like it seems like you care about people's safety, right?
yes, very much.
So do you think it's making it safer for like people to live in a society where their president was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
I mean, the citizens don't have access to the president. You know, it's not like he's gonna walk into my town and sexually abuse me.
I'm sorry, wait. So you don't have an issue with rapists being president?
I did not say that. I've already admitted that he's made some very bad choices in his past, and I mean he was elected president. It is what it is.
So he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. Given that this is true, why do you still support him if you're trying to keep people safer?
Well, so you keep asking me that question. I don't agree with it. I think it's horrible. But I still would vote for him over Harris. If we had a different, I have voted Democrat.
If the victim were a child, would you still vote for him over Harris?
No. If
So
Trump
what's
was
the
a
relevant difference between the
convicted-
victim being an adult and the victim being a child? That means in one scenario you'd vote for him over Harris, but not in the other.
No, I would not vote for a pedophile at all.
But you'd vote for a rapist of an adult.
I think he was found liable on sexual assault. I don't know if
Yeah,
it was-
so liable of sexual abuse of a woman and liable of sexual abuse of a child, both of those should get you to say that you would never support them over Harris, right? Harris is a
Why
way
was-
better candidate.
Harris was just found in so many lies, and also she wasn't like we didn't even vote her in. Again, we should have been
What
allowed
lies?
to elect
Well,
a different Democratic
and we
party.
did vote her in. We voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. So if Biden stepped down, Harris would step up. That's how voting works. We vote for a president and vice president on a ticket.
Mm. I didn't like one thing I did not like about Harris, like watching her.
Wait, can you tell me what lie she was caught in?
Well, she was lying about her nationality for one.
No, she wasn't.
Okay.
When did she quote unquote lie about her nationality?
Again, it was during either a press interview or maybe one of her celebrity interviews that she did. But you know,
What did she say? What was the lie?
just that she was black and she's not.
Black isn't a nationality. One.
I'm sorry.
2 is it relates to this. She is black. Okay. The idea that she's not black is completely delusional. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What makes you think that she's not black?
Excuse me. Again, I just going off of the information that everybody was given during the election time. Supposedly, it was debunked that she was in fact not black. Just people looking into her ancestry.
She is black. She is black. Her dad is Afro-Jamaican, and her mom is Indian. So she's Asian and she's black.
Mm-hmm. I didn't like how she continued to press. How do I say this? I'm having like a drawing a blank for words here, but the whole woke thing. She you know, I don't know. I felt like she was promoting racism more than she was trying to stay away from it.
Okay, how is she promoting more racism, and what does woke mean? What does woke mean? Can you tell me what woke means? You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you. You have to swipe back into the app for me to be able to hear you. No, don't leave. Don't run away. Oh no, I think she's running away, everyone. Oh no. Oh no, she left. She literally ran away. I think she was Googling what woke meant, everyone. I think she's Googling what woke meant. That is diabolical. That is so diabolical. Zach, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Erebus, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. I know, like, what is going on? Greg, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Greg. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. W. Greg. W. Greg. Thank you, Greg. I appreciate it. Thank you. Cass, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I would have if I saw prior. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Maddie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Nathaniel, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1 twice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as if you want to support me, everyone, you can support me over in the pinned comment on YouTube. I'm about to put that up there in a second. Let me go to the pinned comment on YouTube and see what I can do there. Vala, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Let me put the criteria on screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Again, Zach, thank you so much for the $5. Hanners, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Linus, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you. Charco with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here, everyone. Fairy, thank you for the $2. Thank you, Fairy.
1, 4,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
2.
How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Justin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Yes, I did. It's fucking insane. The revised jobs report, I was going to clarify because I saw it earlier. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person here, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. But yes, everyone. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to read it yet, but apparently, the government review shows that there was an added 911,000 jobs less than first reported, and it's the biggest revision ever on record. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
05.
And you said you're how old?
20.
And what month were you born?
It's a little personal, bro, but mid-month, like June. All right. I'd say he has more common sense.
It's not that personal. You can just clarify your age. It's literally just to clarify that. Yeah, so apparently that was. How do you feel about the 919,000 jobs revision?
I'm not familiar. I'd say it's a more of a, like, he is a solution for everything sort of thing. So if that doesn't work, he'll try something else. If something else doesn't work, he'll try something else. Like, he'll just progressively try different solutions until something sticks.
Yeah, so again, this is the largest revision in U.S. history.
Okay. So how do you feel about the Middle East?
Okay, you just completely pivoting? You're not going to address this?
I said I'm not familiar with the point.
Okay.
Mainly what I'm worried about is like people
Can
dying.
I like tell you about it then? Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
so the revision in jobs, right, is simply just going to be that they said that there was an estimated level of jobs added to the economy, and that was like actually revised downward.
So he's saying that less jobs are going to be added to the economy.
No, less jobs were added to the economy than previously thought.
Right. I don't really have a response to that. I'm mostly concerned about people dying in the Middle East.
Okay. All right. We'll talk about that then, because apparently you just don't want to engage in any conversation at all that I brought up. You just don't even want to engage with the point.
I just told you. I mean, I concede the point. So, like, you win that point. We can move on.
I don't even know what that means. You conceded. What does that even mean? I
Well,
was
like,
asking what your
I don't
thoughts
have an
are on the
argument
matter.
on that. I don't have an opinion.
I should kick you because you're just like being ridiculous. Topher,
Well,
thank you
I
so
want
much
to
for
talk
$20.
about like,
Thank you, Topher. I really
issues
appreciate it.
like
Thank you.
war and people dying.
Okay, go ahead. Topher, thank you for the
So-
$20. Thank you.
I think as far as like worldview, right? Like, I think you need a scary person in office.
Okay, how is Trump scary?
Because he's a wild card. Like you don't know what he's gonna do. So it's sort of like when you have a he's less predictable essentially.
That's not necessarily a good thing. That's actually worse for markets in general, and then also predictable in what capacity? Because clearly Putin predicted his moves. Putin
Yeah, sure,
predicted
fair
him very
enough,
easily.
but-
Putin literally conned the fuck out of him.
Yeah, I mean, like when you think about like I know you guys talk about this like the idea of making like a Silicon Valley out there, but I actually don't think that's a bad idea. Like if you
making
simply,
a what?
Like if you basically make the Strip the Silicon Valley, right?
You're so
you-
fucked. Get the fuck off my stream. You're advocating of annexing the Gaza Strip and turning it into Silicon Valley is fucking disgusting. Fuck that person. I clicked the wrong button, by the way. What the fuck, dude? That's so gross, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cookie King Moxie, bro. I'm William King.
Emily, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I am feeling a lot better in terms of like I was sick prior. I am feeling a lot better now. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Kimberly, thank you so much. Alrighty. Let's get the next person up here. Again, it's not accepting this person, so let me try to get the next person. We're about 2 hours into the stream, everyone, meaning we have about another 2 hours left. We have about 2 hours and 20 minutes left, so we're about halfway into the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh. They just added, like, literally after they were gone. Emily, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Okay, it's not accepting this person either. Let me try the next. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Bro, what is up with people sending requests? What's going on? Is it like everyone like on like a million ping? Everyone is literally like not connecting. Oh, I literally hear him and he's not even in the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
97.
97. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
One of the biggest things that I like about him is like the whole Maha movement, which I know maybe was a little bit of a political move for him, but it's something I really do like that he went with at least.
Okay, can you name one qualification that RFK has for being in the position he is, the head of the HHS?
Not necessarily, but I do like his ideas.
So he has no qualifications?
Not that I know of, no.
So why do you want unqualified individuals to be the head of the HHS to deal with health and human services when they have no clue how to deal with health and human services because they have no specialization in the matter?
I'm sure that he probably has a lot of good people around him that he's listening to.
Really? Well, he
'Cause
says that
I
vaccines...
like the ideas. Like,
he just recently said Tylenol causes autism and that vaccines cause autism, which have no basis in evidence.
well, I don't know if it does. Does it? Do we
No,
know?
there's no evidence. There's zero.
Is there evidence of the government suppressing information?
Misinformation, if there is. Where do they even
Okay.
suppress that?
I don't know. I mean, there's definitely corporate capture of like the CDC and places that have a lot of like information that puts things out there like that.
Okay, so then
I mean,
there's
I will
currently
admit I am,
corporate
like, a
capture
vaccine
under Trump's
skeptic.
admin?
Do what?
There's currently corporate capture under Trump's admin?
Oh, probably. I mean, I am a Trump supporter, but I do admit that like the government is captured by a lot of corporate, like big pharma.
No,
Like
you're
it's the
being
biggest.
ridiculous.
Like,
You're being ridiculous.
why am I being ridiculous?
Because there's no evidence indicating that vaccines cause autism, and you're just trying to come up with some explanation to say that there's a conspiracy that that's true as well. You could also, based upon the same context, just essentially say whatever you want, right? It's like the same as saying that vaccines give you 5G.
Is it? Well, I don't know about that, but I at
You
least
don't
like that they're
know?
studying it. I don't know about the 5G stuff. I'm just talking about like vaccines. Like I think it's a good they're at least looking into it. Why are kids like 1 in 31 kids have autism now? 1 in 40 kids has autism now. Where it used to be like 1 in 10,000.
Because it is the case that we have better determination specifically to diagnose people with autism. That's it.
Do you see older people with autism? Like
Yes.
80-year-olds, 70-year-olds with autism? I don't see a
Yes,
whole
but
lot.
they are just not met under the same criteria, right? So it is the case that as they're younger generations, the reason why we specifically, by the way, people who are older were vaccinated as well, but the people who are younger specifically, it's because they are more likely because we have the technology that's better now. We have better conditions specifically in terms of education for doctors in terms of the specialization in dealing with specifically like what are the criteria of how to identify whether or not someone has autism, right? Throughout history, right, there hasn't been the
Right.
same level of doctors understanding that. It was considered more niche historically speaking, and then throughout time, right, has become more prevalent in understanding. So that's why.
I understand.
Charles,
I mean,
thank you
I
for the
understand
$5
that
and
we're
for the dollar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm happy that we can make it better. And I'm so sorry to hear that that happened. I'm so sorry. You were saying?
Yeah, like I understand that like we have more research on it, like we know more about it, so we can like diagnose it better. But it is just crazy to see how many kids has autism these days. And
I don't
just
think
like
that like
vaccine-
this.
there's like
This is not like
so
something.
many-
I don't like when people say this because I don't think this is like a bad thing that people have autism. Like I don't think that's like
I'm
a
not
bad
like a
like
vaccine hater, by
autism.
the way.
Autism like is viewed in a way in which it's very stigmatized, and I don't think it should be stigmatized in that way.
I'm not a vaccine hater, by the way. I think that like vaccines are a good thing. It's led us to like have higher, like we live a lot longer because we've gotten rid of a lot of disease and stuff, polio, all that. So I'm not like arguing against vaccines. I'm just like, why is it bad to be like skeptical of it, like criticize it, I guess.
Because you're not
Why is it a
actually
bad
like
thing?
you're not using science. You're not using any evidence.
Why are
Skepticism
we
is
hating
important
on
in
RFK
science.
for doing more research on it? Why are we?
He's
hating
not.
on
He's
that?
they're gutting the research. They've cut cancer funding research. They've gut the funding for the World Health Organization. They've got regulations on PFAS. They've got so many different environmental regulations. What are you talking about? They're not funding more in terms of research. They've cut research.
You don't think that they're I mean, I just like the fact that they're looking.
What more
into all
research
this
have they
stuff.
done?
Like cancer has gone up dramatically. Like it's not working.
They
Whatever
have
we're
cut
doing,
they
it's
have
not
cut they have
working.
literally cut cancer research.
Okay.
They have they have cut I can't even speak. They have cut funding for cancer research. I try to say cut and funding at the same time.
You're good. You're good. I mean, I don't know. I just like what's the reason of giving my newborn like a hepatitis B vaccine? Like I just don't understand.
If doctors indicate that it's effective, you should do that because it is the case that it's going to be helpful for the kid in terms of their development.
Why?
I'm pretty sure that's
If
probably
they test
related
the
to
moms for
heart health. I'd have to go
hepatitis B,
check. Yeah, the doctors indicate this to be true and that it's helpful.
that's not specific. Like I'm a parent. Tell me why I need to vaccinate my kid with hepatitis. If they've already tested my
It
wife,
keeps
she's
them
negative.
safer.
Why? No. Hepatitis B, it's spread through IV drug use and sexual activity. My kid is not having sex or doing IV drugs. So why? Like I just don't understand.
You said B?
Yeah, hepatitis B. It's spread through IV drug use. It can be given like through the mom.
So
or, like,
vaccination
sexual
range for children. Okay. Here we go. More than 250 million people around the world have hepatitis B, making it one of the most common blood-borne infections. In the U.S., some 2 million people have it, and a relatively low number compared to other countries. That's due to long-standing recommendations in the U.S. that children be vaccinated as babies and requirements by most states that children be immunized to enroll in daycare or school. Many people think of hepatitis B, HPV. Let me see. Here we go. Many people think of hepatitis B, also called HBV, as a sexually transmitted disease or one associated with illicit drug use. However, there are other ways people can become infected, including from an infected mother to her baby, where the delivery is through vaginal birth or C-section. Babies can also develop hepatitis B infection through contact with other infected persons' bodily fluids, such as a family member's blood, touching a break in the baby's skin, or their nose, mouth, or eyes. However, hepatitis B is generally not spread through casual contact. People such as healthcare workers, family members or of an infected person, and those traveling to countries with high rates of disease may also be at risk of contracting the illness through exposure to blood or bodily fluids.
So why is my baby at risk for getting that? if the
Some
mom
studies
doesn't
have
it?
have shown as many as half of the people who have the disease don't know they have it, which can contribute to its spread, which is why testing and prevention are vital.
So yes, testing the mother. So
Wait,
if
that-
the
wait,
mother
I
doesn't
just
have
gave
it, then
you
the baby's
examples.
not going to have it.
Again,
What
but that's
examples?
they
'Cause if we're
wouldn't know. So
testing
if
the
you
mother-
if you want to do that, provide sources or resources to do that. But that's not the only way in which they would specifically be in contact with it.
So what other ways is the baby going to be in contact to get?
When
hepatitis
babies
B?
become infected with hepatitis B, they can suffer from serious liver damage and have about a 90% chance of
If
developing
they
a
have
lifelong chronic infection, according to the CDC.
If they have it, but that's why we test mothers beforehand.
But wouldn't you want to reduce the likelihood of this in society?
I mean, babies like my infant, they're wanting to give him like 3, 4, 5 shots like right out of the gate. Like I just don't.
Good.
I don't think their immune system can handle that. And
That helps.
like
Wait, well, I'm
hepatitis
sorry.
B, there's
How are you
no-
to determine that? Are you a doctor? Do you have any medical background?
I'm a registered nurse. Like I was.
You're an RN, and you don't believe
Yes.
vaccines are effective. Come on, bro.
I'm not saying I do. I'm not saying all vaccines are bad. I'm just saying why are we pushing on like specifically hepatitis B? Just give me a couple good reasons. If the mom's negative, why? Just why?
I
understand.
just gave you multiple explanations. It's not just through the context of.
But if the mother's negative,
that's not the only
connotation.
connotation. I gave you other connotations that they could specifically have they could
Not
get
spread
harmed
through
by that.
casual contact, right?
You said it's
It's
not
not spread
common,
through
but that
casual
doesn't mean that it
contact.
isn't a risk.
So what's the other reasons that they would get it?
I just told
Sexual
you there was
activity
risks.
and IV drug use.
I just told you that there was risks, right? And I gave you the points. It's not common, but it's a risk. And do you want to reduce the risk or do you want to increase the risk?
I want to reduce the risk.
What
but
what are the
if
harms from getting the vaccine?
Pass
Can you tell me what are the harms from getting the vaccine?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just a vaccine skeptic. So I think doing
Are you
more
skeptical with
research
the
is
polio
good.
vaccine?
I'm not skeptical with that.
What about the measles?
I don't think I'm skeptical with that either.
What about the
I mean,
COVID vaccine?
I'm telling you, I'm not like I'm
What
not
about the
against all
what about the
vaccines. I'm
COVID
just saying, like,
vaccine?
yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, okay.
For
So
kids, for
do you,
kids,
do you know what a bibliography is?
yes.
What is it?
I don't know why we should be giving our kids COVID.
Do you know what a
vaccines when
bibliography
kids are,
is? You said yes. What is a bibliography?
You mean like? Okay, educate me.
Okay, there's a works cited page in my bio. Click on the link tree in my bio. You can click on this the sources page, and it will take you to a thing that says vaccines. You click on that. 30 plus pages of peer-reviewed studies and systematic reviews that indicate the effectiveness, the safeness, and the effectiveness of just the COVID vaccine. I'm serious. Look at the bibliography
For kids?
the sources for kids, for adults across the board. And this is internationally based studies. This is not specifically just in the United States. This is across the board determining this to be true. So I would love for you to go check that out. As an RN, you should already know not only what a bibliography is, but you should know about these sources about the COVID vaccine. And the fact that people who are RNs are skeptical about that really concerns me.
Well, the thing with like going through school and everything, all they tell you is vaccines are good. They don't give you any like data or anything. They're just like, especially for the hepatitis
They do.
B, like,
They give you
yep,
data. That's just
as
not
soon as-
true. Come on.
No, I've been through RN school. They don't. Tell you
Really?
that stuff.
That must have been
Trust
specifically
me.
your area because my mom was an RN. Okay. My mom definitely learned about the effectiveness of vaccines. Okay. That's ridiculous.
But we don't give like they don't actually give us like a bunch of sources and stuff. They tell us that they tell us it's good, but they don't give us specifics. We don't do like
yes,
research
they do.
on it or anything.
They do.
Just tell us
You
it.
can research yourself. Didn't they teach you how to research?
They did, but that's not stuff.
Okay,
that we
if they teach
researched.
you how to research, then you can research that yourself, right?
I mean, sure, but I've never done that.
And
We're
like,
too
there's no
busy.
way you went through school without once hearing about studies that demonstrate the effectiveness of vaccines, like especially the
Oh,
COVID
sure,
one.
sure, but we don't like actually look at studies. They just tell us about it for the most part.
In nursing school, you have got to look at studies.
Yes.
I'm sorry, don't you have to do reports?
Oh yeah, we look at plenty of studies. But I'm talking about vaccines in general, just vaccines specifically. I mean, you would think that, right? But they don't.
What
You
do
would think that we
mean?
would like really hone down and like study vaccines, but we really don't. They just say, "Oh, yep, within the first 1 to 2 weeks, give them a hepatitis B vaccine."
If you've never done research on the efficacy of vaccines, how do you know they're ineffective?
That's you got me there, but they just don't. I don't know of many good reasons to give a hepatitis B vaccine.
I gave you that.
As a parent, they just make you
I
feel
get,
bad.
wait, I
because
literally
you
wait.
don't want to
If
do
a
it right away.
baby, if a baby gets it, they have literally a 90% risk. Let me repeat, a 90% risk, right? Of hold up, wait, where was it? Oh, I literally just
But
lost
you're
it.
ignoring the fact that they're very, very
Hold
low
up.
likely of getting it.
The-
And if the mother doesn't have it, they're just not going to get it until they become an adult, which would be a good time to get a vaccine because you're more.
They have a
prone to getting
90% chance of
hepatitis B
developing a lifelong chronic infection.
if they get it.
Yeah, a lifelong chronic infection.
But again,
I'm
you're-
sorry, isn't
you're
that a
missing the
huge
point.
downside?
If they're doing screenings with the mother, like I just don't understand why we should be giving it.
Because if the baby gets it, they have a
How are they
90%
gonna- they're not having
chance of
sex, they're
developing
not
a
doing
lifelong
drugs, like-
chronic infection.
But they're not. Are babies having?
How about we
sex
do
and doing
both? How about we
drugs?
do both? How about we do both? How about we both test the parents and we also provide vaccines for the kids and babies?
I just think that we shouldn't be giving them unnecessary things.
This is necessary.
When it comes to vaccines,
this is important. Wait, when you say
it's
wait,
a-
when you
it's a
say
dead
what do you mean?
virus
What do you mean by
vaccine.
necessary?
If it's a dead virus vaccine, you know what things they use in the vaccines to cause the.
Wait, what do you
immune-
mean by necessary?
immune
Because
response?
wait, what do you mean by necessary? Because technically,
Necessary
no
would be
vaccine.
like for polio stuff like that. But
Wait. So what? How does polio meet the standard of necessary? Because isn't polio at a low risk for children to get?
It is.
Okay.
But we.
So why should
I
children
mean,
have to take
isn't
the
that why we
polio
don't have
vaccine under
polio?
your view? Listen, why should children have to take the polio vaccine under your view if it is the case that they're at a low risk to get polio?
That's a good question. That's my.
That is no. That is not a good question. That is a horrible. Dude, listen, they should totally get vaccinated, to reduce the likelihood of them having fucking terrible types of chronic diseases in the long run. Lifelong chronic diseases. Lifelong chronic infections. Lifelong chronic issues. Please, bro. This affects people to such an insane degree. Come on. And it's coming back to a greater extent because people aren't getting vaccinated, whether it be measles or polio.
Okay, I wasn't arguing against that. You got me to
You
argue
just
against
did.
that, but I would.
I didn't get you to do that. You did that yourself, dude.
Okay, but I'm just talking about hepatitis B in specifically. I just don't understand.
I just gave you an explanation. 90% chance of developing a lifelong chronic infection. Lifelong.
Babies
So
aren't
again, the
getting it.
same reason why you think that kids should have to get the polio vaccine, the same reason we do it with hepatitis B.
But they're just not getting. You're missing that point. If you're testing for it, and the mother's negative, they're not going to get it.
Yeah, if you test,
They're not gonna
again,
get it.
that's not true. I told you there are other ways they could get it.
Not.
I told you. I literally
just don't believe
explained.
it. As a parent, they just make us. Y'all just make us feel crazy for giving this vaccine when we don't think that they need it.
No, we make
As
you
a
feel
parent, I think we
crazy
should have
because
that
you
choice,
fucking are
right?
crazy. You're an RN
What?
that doesn't believe in the effectiveness of vaccines.
Just some of them. I'm not arguing for all of them.
But you
I
didn't
don't- I
even look
think
at
we
the
should have
studies.
vaccines.
You didn't even look at the studies. You don't trust the medical consensus? The shit that you learned from? Like, dude. Nah. Okay, so do you go to, like, dude, what do you think you're doing at the as an RN, dude? You're using science
For
every day, right?
Mostly like passing meds. That's like we have to know about.
Oh,
what
how do you know
diseases,
what
we have to
meds
know
are
about
How do you know what
medications.
meds are effective?
They pretty much just tell us beta blockers are for high blood pressure. This is
Wait,
for
wait,
that.
and
that's
how do
for
you know
this.
that how do you know that those are useful in those circumstances?
Because they tell us, and we read them in our textbooks.
Do they tell
The
you that?
raw-
Do the textbooks say that vaccines are safe and effective? Do the textbooks say that we should
Yeah, the
have children
textbooks
take
tell
these
us.
vaccines? Yeah.
The textbooks do tell us, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't listen to the textbooks in that situation?
I mean for a registered nurse, yes, to get the right answer on the test, yes, we do follow that.
So you did learn it, you just chose not to actually take into account the information?
We learned what the textbook said. We want to get we do want to pass nursing school, so yes, we did put those answers on. I guess for the whole Maha movement, I like the fact that they're wanting to be more like, okay, diet, fitness, like let's do those things to prevent like
Wait,
hypertension.
why as a nurse do
Instead
you
of
want
just giving
someone who has
everyone-
no
everyone, like, blood
qualifications to be the
pressures?
head of the HHS? No
Do what?
qualifications, no medical qualifications. You want them to be the head of the HHS as an RN?
You're talking about RFK?
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly didn't like the previous HHS,
What was wrong with the previous HHS?
who just wanted to give everyone vaccines, everyone meds. Like RFK is like, hey, how about we like look into our diet and lifestyle?
The head of the HHS wanted to ensure that people had meds and that people had vaccines. And you think that that's a bad thing?
Okay, say someone has
RFK is an
hypertension. Would you
active
rather-
threat towards public health.
Would you rather your doctor say, hey, how about we go to the gym a couple times a week versus like, oh, let's just give you this med? What do you think's a better choice?
It depends on what I need. I would rather the
I'm not arguing against blood pressure meds. Don't get me wrong. Like
I would
people
rather
need
the
them, but-
doctor indicate to me what to do based upon what's effective, based upon the science, right? And if they don't use the medical science, then I'm gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I'm not gonna
It's
listen to
just-
them, and I'm gonna go to a real doctor. Okay?
It's just crazy to me. Like we preach like lifestyle habits, diet, all that stuff, but then we just like push meds on people.
You can do both simultaneously. You know that, right?
You can
And
do both,
meds,
yeah, but,
meds
like-
have their use, and exercise has its use
For
as
sure,
well.
for sure. But they're not gonna like say, hey, you should do this. They're just gonna give you a pill because most of the time providers only have like 7
If you
minutes
have
to send,
COVID,
so they're
just go to the gym. Is that what you're saying? No. Appreciate that, Olivia. Thank you for the
No, I'm
membership
not
or
saying
the
that. I didn't
subscription.
say that.
Come on, that's essentially what you're arguing, though, right? Like that going to
I
the
just
gym
think-
is more important than saying we need to provide meds for people who have COVID.
No, but the previous administrations, they were not like focusing on like fitness, lifestyle, getting good habits. They were focusing
I'm sorry.
on like
Michelle Obama, remember when she did that? Remember how
Yeah, I like what she
Republicans
did with schools.
were so angry about that? They were pissed off. Republicans did not like Michelle Obama talking about exercise and like our children eating healthier.
I love that though. I love that. Like healthy lifestyle. I'm not arguing against that.
If you
I
want
don't like everything
how do
that
you
the
determine what's a
Republicans
healthy
do.
lifestyle? Science. Is RFK demonstrating science when he doesn't use science? No. Was the previous HHS actually indicating better stuff for science than what the HHS is doing right now? Yes. Come on, you should easily be able to answer these questions. As an RN, I'm serious, dude.
Okay, I specifically work in long-term care, so like all I'm doing is pretty much pushing meds on people. I'm not a doctor. I don't do all the research behind this stuff. So, I gotta go. I appreciate your stuff. I watch you on Jubilee. I love to see it, but I do gotta go. I
Can I
appreciate the debate, though.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
What is saline solution? What makes up saline solution?
Normal saline. Like
Yeah.
sodium
and
chloride, 0.1% or 1.25%, something like that.
okay.
Like on the flush. Are you talking about that?
Just seeing. I'm just seeing base level stuff. Okay.
Okay. I pushed a lot of stuff.
For sure.
I appreciate you though. I like seeing your
Appreciate you.
stuff on Jubilee.
I appreciate you. I thought they were saying appreciate you at the very end. I'm sorry. I did just kick them off. Oops, I clicked that wrong button. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Carrie, thank you so much for pushing the $10. Thank you. Yes, babies often scratch themselves. And someone with an unknown microabrasion can kiss a baby and spread her HB. Sharing a toothbrush or razor can spread HB. Yes, literally. Hammer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, literally, though. Laney, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Laney. I really appreciate it. NM, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. It's all evidence-based, literally, though. Rolian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Valerie, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Corinne, thank you so much for the $5. Cass, thank you again for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though. Selena, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you. I know, like every hour has been telling me that's actually nuts. Travis, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Chi-Chi, thank you so much for the $5. Tara, thank you so much for the $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kimberly with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And I think I'm completely caught up. Let me go on to the next person. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, make sure that thumbs up, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. We have about a little less than 2 hours or so left on the stream, everyone. Just letting everyone know. A little less than 2 hours left on the stream for today, everyone. So make sure to hit that thumbs up if you want to help support the content. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person, though, real quick. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
March.
Okay. And what year?
Sorry, what?
What year?
2006.
1906. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Because he's getting the illegals out of the country.
Undocumented immigrants. Why do you want to get undocumented immigrants out of the country?
Well, because they came here like illegally.
Okay. So if someone breaks a crime, they should be held accountable for that crime, right?
Obviously.
Or breaks the law. Okay, so Trump should be held accountable for being a convicted criminal? He should be put in prison?
How is he a criminal?
He was convicted of 34
That is-
felonies.
Well, he wasn't like convicted of those.
He was.
No.
Yes, he was. He was convicted.
Do you have proof of that?
Yes. AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, Trump 34 felony convictions.
Okay, well, like, what were those for?
The 34, falsification of business records,
Yeah.
and the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime.
That is very different from people like coming to our country just to like take our jobs and stuff.
I think
Like,
they're trolling.
no, I'm not. I'm saying like
Undocumented
Trump, all he did was
immigrants aren't taking your jobs. Okay, they
well,
actually
they
provide
are.
more.
There's like 10 million or something that are just
What jobs are being taken?
like I don't know, just jobs. Like people can't even get jobs anymore because
Well,
No, that's because of Trump's
there's no
admin.
job. Yeah, there's no job that just says job on it, so you have to like what job are you talking about? Because I want to know what sector of the economy is so influxed with undocumented immigrants that we have to get rid of them. Please tell me one
well,
sector.
my friend was trying to get a job at one of our local grocery stores and he couldn't because there was so many illegal immigrants that were just like taking the jobs.
So you're saying that the manager, that the manager told you we can't hire you because we have too many undocumented immigrants who are working here.
No, but they were saying that they couldn't hire him because there was just like so many people already having the jobs and he went in like
So
the
why
next
don't you
day.
blame the people hiring undocumented immigrants rather
Well,
than
I
the
do.
undocumented immigrants
I do
themselves?
blame them. I think if you're illegal, you should not be able to get a job, and I don't think that people should hire you because of that.
One, I think people should be able to get jobs. I don't think anyone in the country who's undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be deported. I think it would be ridiculous to do that. What benefit do you think you get in our society from
Well, they already
deporting
committed
people?
a crime though, because they came here.
No, but not a bad crime.
So just because it's not a bad crime doesn't mean it's not a crime.
No, I acknowledge it's a crime, but I acknowledge that it's not like a big issue, right? If someone hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I wouldn't give a shit. It's not a crime insofar as that someone should be deported.
So then why do you care
Like, do you care about
Donald
trespassing
Trump's
if it's not a
felonies?
threat? Do you care about trespassing if it's not a threat to anyone's safety?
I mean, if someone like walks on my yard,
Not
I'm not gonna
not
care
trespassing.
unless
I
it's, like-
apologize. Not trespassing. I meant to say jaywalking. I apologize. Not
No,
trespassing.
no, I don't care as long as they're not gonna get hit.
Okay, so then the point is that just because it's a crime doesn't mean that it's a big issue, right?
Well, I know, I mean, I don't really care about some of them because I know some don't do anything wrong and they're just coming here for like to like get benefits or whatever, but there's a lot of immigrants that just have committed bad crimes and they should be deported.
Okay, so undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
That's not true.
It is true. Undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime. There's a bibliography in my bio set up by this guy right here that indicates that immigrants commit lower rates of crime, whether they're documented or undocumented.
Okay, but if they were never here in the first place, then those crimes would have never happened.
What? Say that again?
If they were never here in the first place, then the crimes would not have happened.
That's actually not true because based on these stats, a native-born American probably would have committed those crimes. So
Yeah, to a higher degree.
Yeah. So like based on the stats.
Yeah, based on the stats, if more undocumented immigrants were in the country, we would actually have a lower crime rate because there's a greater portion of the population that has a lower average likelihood of committing crime.
But that doesn't make sense because there's like so many other people here, and if they were not here in the first place, none of it would have happened. I get that people
So that's
that
the
have
same thing
been
as saying
here-
that, like, okay, so you're talking about the nominal rate of crime. So would you want to ban tourism? Because it is the case that if you ban tourism, well, then the crime would have never happened because the tourists would have never been able to come here.
I don't understand.
So let's ban tourism because tourists commit crime, and if you ban tourism, you reduce the nominal level of crime.
If people are coming here to like for tourism, I don't feel like they're committing crimes because they're coming here legally. What's the point of people coming here?
Chat, you got
illegally if
chat.
they
You have
just come here
to
legally?
TikTok. You have to tell me where'd you got that information from. Chat, let me know where you got the information from. Don't just spam it in the chat, please. Because I don't.
Why
I
are they
don't.
saying I'm 17?
Yeah. Because they think you're underage. I'm asking them where they got that information from.
Where did y'all get that? See, none of them can even tell you because I'm not 17.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm talking to the chat
I
right
know,
now.
I'm not, I know.
Where on her page, chat? You got her other
There's nothing on
account?
her
If you
page.
guys can
There's
give
nothing on
me
her page.
proof.
The page that she's on right now, there's no videos on it, only reposts.
Well, yeah, because I don't post on this account.
Yeah,
know,
so I don't know why
I'm
people are
I'm just
spamming that in the
saying.
chat.
Her other account?
I've got another account, but it's private.
Okay, so, hey chat, I don't think we have enough reason to say this at this point, so...
My other account is private, and it doesn't have anything on it that you would be able to find. So saying that I'm 17 is, like, a lie.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
I don't really remember what we were talking about. Oh,
Crime
tourism.
and immigration.
Tourism.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you think we should ban tourism?
I don't think tourism is a problem, because, like, there's people that come here legally, right? They come here the right way. If you come here the right way, then it's more likely that you're not committing crimes. And if you
That's
do,
actually
then
not.
you should
That's
just go
actually
to
not true,
jail.
by the way. Okay, but hold on. His point was that if tourism, people coming here, does cause crime in some cases, why don't we just ban all tourism in order to get rid of that crime?
Hey everyone,
I guess
don't
it
be
kind of.
looking at people's moms' Facebooks. That's crazy as fuck. If that's where you got the information from,
Did they
please do not
find
be
my
doing that.
mom's Facebook?
Just
I'm gonna kick you off right
Mabel,
now because I
just
don't want this conversation
yeah.
to keep going and for that to, get more people to go and do that and try to look up that information. But what the fuck, chat? What the fuck? That's really annoying that people are doing
Yeah,
that.
people can sound young, chat. Like, some people think that I'm young because of my voice. Like, I'll be honest. Like, people can sound young, but just because they sound young doesn't mean that they are. Like, you
It's
have to have good
unhinged to
evidence
go and
for it.
look up someone's Facebook through their mom's Facebook and stuff like that's unhinged, bro.
Yeah,
Let's say
that's
they were underage. Like, it's unhinged to go look for that information that way. Please don't do that on my stream. Please
Yeah.
don't do that on my stream. All right, we're gonna go get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. That's the wrong button. I keep accidentally clicking that one. We're gonna get some people up here. I just need to say thank you to some people real quick. Lovey, thank you so much for the $1. Yes, that would have been good. They said point out that this was the same logic used by white supremacists held and still do about specifically black individuals once civil rights acts were put in place. Literally, though. Yo, thank you so much, Lovey. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Valerie, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then Ermina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I thank you, Andrew, for the $10. I don't know what I did to get $10, but thank you. I appreciate that a lot, Andrew. Very kind.
Oh,
of you.
Ermina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. The one and only. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you.
The one and only kitty. Cute.
Yes, literally, there are people. Yes, literally, though, that are coming the right way too. And he's also revoking their visas. He's detaining people without due process. It's so fucking crazy. Talking about denaturalizing people.
You'll see more roving patrols out there in LA now.
Yeah, I know
So,
that the
be prepared for
recent
that shit.
the recent determination for the Supreme Court that they can fucking racially profile people.
I want to get into that so bad. I don't want to bore you, but like I want people to understand how crazy that fucking decision is because Brett Kavanaugh actually said
Fuck
that
you, Parker. Fuck you,
that-
Parker. Fuck you, Parker. Fuck you, Parker. Fuck you, Parker. Fuck you.
Sorry.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, you're good. That we can use ethnicity as a factor in determining whether or not someone is undocumented in this country. Like, it can't be the sole factor, but it could be one of the factors. I'm sorry, that is batshit insane. Can you imagine applying that to any other group? Any other group? Like, I read that whole decision, by the way. It's like 40 pages. I read it, and it was... Each case was just... It got more and more insane. Because the idea of using place of location, language, ethnicity and other factors to say you have a reasonable cause that someone is undocumented. Like, I cannot imagine applying that to any other fucking person. Like, it blows my mind. And he tried to couch it in some fucking, like, I feel for these people. I'm really sorry that they're in this. Bro, you're like determining the policy. Like, if you feel for them, why the fuck are you allowing it to happen? Like, I don't it was so bad. Like, it was just, I could write a whole thing on it. Like, it was just, I was reading it and it gave me a fucking headache just like reading it.
It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey guys, how are you?
How old are you?
Yeah, I just wanted to parry off with something that y'all just mentioned. I'm not.
Hold up. Do you support Donald Trump?
Go for it. I first time around did vote for him. Most recent time did not. Have mixed views, but I think that having them can actually add on value to your live conversation.
I'm going to kick you off because you don't meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, how are you? I am 56 years old.
Hey everyone, please respect my boundaries. If you do not meet the set of criteria on the screen, we are just looking for some debates. Just letting people know. We are just looking for some debates. If I let people on that don't meet the set of criteria, there's going to be even more people that decide to do that and break my boundaries. Thank you for the galaxies. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey man, 28 I think at this point, 97 birth year.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Yeah, I voted for Biden 2020, switched over to Trump 2024.
Wait, actually, before you do, can I thank some people before?
Go ahead, do your thing.
For sure. Addison, thank you so much. I'll try to make sure to look later. I might not see it though, but just try to add me. And that might be the best way. Love you again. Thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally though, it's totally fucking racist. It's crazy. It's actually fucking nuts. Marie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, they are. I think it's honestly like it's just an admission from them. And then Randy with the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we some W's for Randy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Randy, with an I. W's for Randy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's for Randy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And love you. Honestly, like it does like literally, show people that specifically like that they're doing it unjustly too. But yeah, it's horrible what's happening. So yeah, JOD, so why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I guess, like the last girl said, I was definitely a fan of the immigration promises. But to be honest, I love RFK. I think he's a huge help. It was awesome when he endorsed Trump. I think I know, a lot of people watching this stream be like, oh, RFK, that's crazy. But I think at least the fact that a politician was willing to go against big pharma and open, not have, but also open the conversation that wasn't previously even being had by either the right or the left. At how
By the way,
sick,
I just want to know, Harris is definitely, and Democrats have definitely gone against pharma. They've advocated for plenty of things that go against pharma to a certain degree, and that we have things that regulate pharma and limit specifically what they can do. We put regulations in place, which Republicans don't do to the same degree. And then also, if you want to look at RFK, can you name one of his qualifications to be the head of the HHS?
Qualifications. He's a career politician and has what's
his background
been in court multiple times. So
what's his background in?
His background is environmental.
Environmental, yeah.
So it's environmental and it's in court. That's nothing to do with the head of the HHS.
I think, but again, at least he's opening up the conversation and exposing.
Like it would have
big
made sense for
pharma.
him to work with the EPA, maybe. You know what I mean?
Do you think someone who said that there's no such thing as a safe and effective vaccine should be the head of the HHS?
I think somebody willing to open up the records and look at everything for our rise in autism, our rise in obesity.
Bro, wait. Do you think that vaccines cause autism?
I do not.
Okay, so you
But
so then
do you
he's
think-
using an
do you
he's
think
using an
that-
incorrect analysis then.
Do you think that he's never said that either? He's
Yes, he
vaccinated.
has.
He has actually.
He has said that.
He said it new. He wrote an entire book.
Then why
talking about it?
Why is he vaccinated and everyone in his family vaccinated? If he believes. So anyway, I'll keep.
You just cut out.
talking.
What did you say?
Sorry, yeah, I got the low battery. Why, he doesn't, if he truly believes that, why is he and his entire family vaccinated? He didn't like the COVID-19 vaccine. He doesn't say all vaccines cause autism, but he is.
No, but
willing
he
to
thinks
say-
some do at least. He thinks
Hold
some
on,
do.
hold
So then,
on,
like, if
hold
you
on.
agree that he thinks some do, then you can agree that he's making that point.
That the report is coming out in September. The New
We
York-
already know what's in it, by the way, because it got leaked. So we already know what's in it.
It didn't get leaked. New York Times was speculating that it was Tylenol during pregnancy.
No, they had an
You got-
informant, a person who said it, and I guarantee you that when it comes out, it'll probably say that Tylenol is one of the factors during pregnancy. That will probably be in the report. Like, he's long railed against such things. So I mean, I won't be surprised.
I appreciate you guys having me on, but I think you're showing really poor debate etiquette, especially since it's two of you. Can I please finish one thought?
Sure.
Shut the fuck
Okay,
up, dude.
thanks.
We have two people on here and we're
I'm not.
co-hosting. Lily, cry a river, dude. Jesus fuck, dude.
Oh, okay. All right. I can see.
I don't give a
that.
shit about debate etiquette. That's fucking crazy, dude. Like, I care about enough to
crazy?
enough
What did I
extent
say that's
specifically. I care about enough extent to like give people basic respect. But dude, that's so ridiculous to say. Oh, there's two people on the stream. You guys aren't letting us speak. We were letting you speak. We were totally letting you speak. What are you talking about?
I've been cut off almost at every single point. Your friend agreed and said, "Okay, that's fair."
I just
but
said
you're
okay
telling-
that I let you
but
talk.
you're-
I didn't say I agreed. I just said let you
But you're
talk.
cursing me, and I think that's just
Yeah.
such a problem.
Fucking
I'm only
cry
here,
a
I'm willing to
river.
Debate. I'm not crying at all. I'm not. I'm speaking, and you'll get your roses and your likes and all that stuff. But anyway, back to the topic.
And
It
you'll
was
stay mad.
It was the definition of bad and almost dangerous journalism for them to come out and admit in the article actually that it was indeed complete speculation, and the effects of that article was millions and billions erased from market cap for Tylenol. So that is just the fact that you guys are getting your information from complete and pure
No,
speculation.
I'm saying based on what I know about RFK and based on everything that I've known, because I also read the Times report, right? I'm guessing, and I would put some level of money on the fact that when the report comes out,
But it's just a
he
guess.
will have in the report that among the list of things that he thinks cause autism, one of the things will be the use of Tylenol during pregnancy. That would be my guess. Now, could it change? Sure, because now he might change it. I don't know, because I don't think that you can actually solve this issue in 3 fucking months. I think we've tried to solve it for decades, and we have some answers, but not a lot of answers. And RFK is not some super genius who's going to come into the government and solve it in 3 fucking months. So
No, he's not. But he's willing to peel back the curtain, and it's just
what
another
does that
great
mean?
thing.
No, I want to know, what does that mean? Because we
Okay,
have.
if you let
we
me
have
finish,
stu-
I'll tell you. For example, he is making it public record for drugs that are denied through the FDA. So that was not previously public record, but it will be moving forward. So that is an exact definition of peeling back the curtain and giving the public eyes into what is happening in the FDA and big pharma alike.
Rebecca, thank you for the description.
Is
So
is transparency bad? Are you guys against transparency?
no, we want transparency. We just don't think that RFK is actually creating greater levels of transparency. We think that he's actually creating less transparency amongst our systems, because it is the case that he's giving them false information. He's giving people false information. He's giving them misnomers, things that they don't even need to be fucking concerned about, right? Rather than getting them concerned about things that are actually a public health crisis and actually a risk to the health of this nation. You know what's a risk to the health of this nation? Cutting people off their health insurance, cutting people off of their food stamps, cutting children off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast. That's a hurt to the health of Americans. You don't want to know what's also a hurt to the health of Americans? Cutting cancer research, cutting the funding for the World Health Organization, right? Cutting specifically people that work in the VA, right? That hurts the health of Americans. Cutting regulations for PFAS, cutting regulations for environmental regulations. All of those harm Americans to a very high extent in terms of their health. That causes a public health crisis. The public health crisis is not something that RFK is addressing. It's him himself.
So you speak fast and you say good things and it sounds right, but nobody lost their EBT They're just not buying soda. The taxpayer is no
Not true, not true, not true. It was a change in
funding
work
junk food.
requirements. You're talking about certain states changing their particular standings for food for SNAP, right? I'm talking about the federal standing for what the protections are.
And just to finish off that point, like, yes, autism is a public health crisis. Chronic illness is a public health crisis. It literally is becoming to the point where it's a national security crisis.
Wait, what's a
because
public
so
health crisis?
many
Sorry.
Our rise in chronic illness and disease, despite how much we are spending
yes,
on
but
healthcare.
guest, here's the point. This is the overarching point that I'll make, and I think Parker will probably back me up on it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh,
No,
okay.
go ahead.
No, it's this, right? RFK identifies the issue correctly, but his solutions are not the correct solutions. That's the issue. No one here is denying that we have health crises in this country related to obesity, related to chronic disease. No one says that that's not the case. Now, I disagree with you that autism is a health crisis. Well, I don't think that's a health crisis. I think we have reasons to believe that we're just actually accurately capturing these people now in the actual screening process, right? But even if that's not the case, you can identify the actual cause and what's going on, but then actually have a bad solution to those things, which is what he's doing. Nothing that he has done in the last 7 months has put us anywhere closer to solving those issues. Nothing. Cutting the CDC does not get us there. Cutting the FDA does not get us there. Nothing there actually gets us to the root of those problems. All they're doing is they're trying to make more chaos. He himself admitted that part of the goal was to shake things up and to make more chaos. That just invites more people to be skeptical of health. You're going to see more people not get vaccines, not go to the doctor because they're scared, and that is ultimately the goal of all of this, which is why I predict that in a year or two, nothing will have changed because he's not actually there to solve the actual problem, which takes science, takes time, and takes funding.
Okay. Listen, man, you're really reasonable. I like speaking with you. This other guy was cursing me and telling me to cry a river. So I would love to build on that with you. One, the mRNA.
I'll keep doing it. You're pissed. You're so mad, buddy. Stay mad. Stay mad. Zach, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Zach. Can we get some W's for Zach in the comment section for the $50? Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christian, also for the $10. Thank you. I do a book record at times. Yes.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Zach. So yeah, to build off that, the mRNA and cancer stuff. If mRNA and some people are claiming that it'll cure cancer, then why aren't private investors and private billionaires chomping at the bit to go and fund mRNA if it's so close?
You answered your own question like 10 minutes ago. I am skeptical of the private healthcare industry, right? I'm skeptical of it, right? Which is one of the reasons why government has to fund these things at universities, because the people who are doing the actual research in universities are there because they care about the issue and they want to solve problems, and it's not for profit. That's why government gets involved in these things. It's because we say as a society that it's a good thing to put our tax money to helping others, even if we don't immediately get a good return on
investment.
Thank you.
You got it. No, dude, I agree with you. And that's just the.
Actually, I'm going to point that out. Please don't do that in the future. I have a stutter. I was trying to say it. I don't need you to.
Oh, dude, sorry. I was just trying to help you finish your sentence because I agree with you. I think you made another great point.
Thank you, but please
so
don't
yeah,
do it
I do
so,
apologize. I didn't.
No, it's okay.
You've
But
been speaking very well.
that's my
I'll
point.
respond to that.
That's my point. Is that funding?
And he
often
talked
does
about
not
us
have-
cutting him off, dude.
Yeah, it's okay. Just go ahead and make your point because I kind of lost my train of thought, so it's fine.
No problem. And sorry about that. I do apologize. And I think you just kind of exposed yourself a little bit. You know, it's not things that are covered by mainstream media. So I understand if you're not aware of this, but that's just, again, more pressure that Trump has been putting on not only the universities, but anybody that gets government funding. It was just handouts before Trump and in so many previous administrations because it's just what you do, right? As you said, yes, we do want to give money to our universities and our great scientists and our great doctors, which, you know, just another point, aren't as great anymore. They've been infiltrated by DEI. But that's just something Trump has been doing since he's gotten office is, okay, we're going to actually take a look. What are you doing with this money? What is going on? It's no longer just billions of taxpayer funds going to Harvard and these other Ivy League schools without any.
I'll be
without
honest with
any,
you. That's not what he's doing, though. Right?
what's he
You're
doing?
claiming that's what he's doing. That's not what he's doing. He cut off Harvard's funds not because he has some great concern about science. It's because he wanted to go after them because they targeted him and they think they have that, like, this huge, like, anti-Semitic problem. That was the overarching reason. It wasn't because he has some great care about science. He doesn't even believe in science. He probably couldn't tell you a basic tenet about science, right? He doesn't really care about it, right? All he's doing is he's punishing people who disagree with them in the past. That's why he's going after law firms. That's why he's going after the universities. That's why he's going after the media. He's going after the big three. The big three things that every authoritarian goes after as soon as they get in power. It's always the ones who produce the knowledge, produce the media, and who produce the actual way that we practice law itself.
I agree with the law firms. He totally got hit himself with the lawfare. But other than that, how has he gone against the media? The media, still mainstream and legacy media, is still pure Trump derangement syndrome. I don't think he's gone
What
after
do you
them
mean by
at
that?
all.
What does that even mean?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean? It means anything he does is Orange Man bad and things are really bad. And there's just never, ever
No,
a
the
positive
media
thing.
acknowledges when they agree with him, but it is the case that they disagree with him with a lot. And it's not all the media. There's media that's super pro-Trump. You know that, right?
Of course, of course.
So there's literally cult-like media that's targeted towards Trump. There's a bunch of
So
media
how
calling
is
him
he
out because he's
targeted?
wrong. He's wrong
So
a
how's he
lot.
targeted the anti-Trump media? That was a point you made. Can you give me an example? Just curiously. Educate me on that fact.
How's
How's
he
he gone
what?
after the media?
Yeah, he specifically kicked AP News out of the press pool at the White House in the Oval Office.
Oh.
One big example is CBS. CBS, he sued them for millions of dollars because he claims that they edited VP Harris's 60 Minutes interview,
Which
and
they
so
admitted.
they had they always edit everything. By the way, his was edited too. By the way, so it's not unusual. But he sued them. They didn't want to go through it, so they decided to change the policy. They actually got a conservative person to be installed at CBS to monitor what they say. So have a government monitor at CBS, by the way, which is batshit bonkers. And then what they did like a few days ago is that Noam complained about the way that she was portrayed on the thing, and so they actually said that they're going to now have all of their on live interviews unedited because Noam complained that they made her look bad. Right? It's not their job to make them look good. That's what he doesn't understand. He thinks it's their job to actually make him look good and to do his bidding, but that's not what they're there to do.
It's not. Yeah, I agree. You're right. You are totally right. 100% agree with that point. That is not at all their job. Their job is full transparency. So I think the end result of them agreeing to no longer edit is a really great thing for all Americans, for pure transparency. And to just finish that off is, yeah, you're right. It's not their job to make him look good because he and all other supporters feel they purposely try to make him look bad and Noam in their edits, but make Harris look good in her edits.
Well, can we say the same thing about Fox News?
Hold on, one final point. Okay. And if CBS felt like they really had a case and Trump's decision to sue them was completely faulty, they would have been happy to take him to court and let it play out and win the case. But instead, they probably knew he had a case and decided to settle before it even got to that point because it would have been really bad for them to get to that point of being in court and having it all laid bare. So if they thought they had a case to win, they would have taken it to court, but they were scared and they backed off because there was probably reason for them to do so.
But the same thing applies to Fox News and to Newsmax and all those other things, right? They selectively edited so many clips about Joe Biden to make him look in a bad light. They admitted it, right? They admitted in court that they're largely like for entertainment purposes and not news, and that they don't really care about like what they're doing. They did that all the time. Joe Biden didn't target them. He didn't go after their like basic licenses. He didn't say that I want to have like a liberal monitor at like Fox News or anything, right? No, what you do as a politician is you just suck it up and you complain, but you don't use the full power of the government to actually change the way they're doing. Like, yes, you can make a point maybe that maybe they were like a little bit too selective of their policies or something, right? But that does not justify That does not justify the government using its force to change how the media operates. We have a First Amendment for a reason, and I can't even imagine if a liberal president did the same thing to the right wing. Like, just imagine if a liberal president went after like Joe Rogan or something, or went after Fox News, like, and actually used the force of the law to like collectively punish them.
I think again, looking at the real life outcome, like you said with CBS, is that they agreed to no longer edit their interviews. That's exactly what the government is for. Is because whether Fox News or CBS, whatever, maybe they are listed as entertainment companies and not actually legally required to provide you untethered, unaltered news. Most people don't know that. Most people do think they are trusted news sources. So Biden, I think he was a good man, and I have nothing bad against him. I think it was kind of sad how they rolled out this like old man who was clearly unwell for most of his presidency. But I wouldn't be surprised if the next Democratic president went after Fox News, and if the result of them going after Fox News was we will no longer edit our interviews and there will be more transparency.
So your justification
then I
for
think
this,
that's a good thing.
So your justification for this is simply that the next left-wing president might do the same thing?
No, my justification is, like, as I said, the end result was really positive with CBS agreeing to full transparency and not editing or altering their interviews. And that's a great thing. And just, we love transparency in this administration.
That's not necessarily more
transparency.
transparency. Them doing interviews and editing them doesn't mean that they're doing so in a manner in which is specifically like limiting of any of the information that was there. Is Fox going to do the same thing? Are they going to be transparent? Are any of the other media sources going to be transparent?
I truly hope so. And that's why I don't get my news from any of those sources, including that Fox News.
So you get it from CBS now? Do you get your information from CBS now?
No, I do not.
So then you see this doesn't even fix it for you. So what was the point of all this? It's not more transparency. It's literally just limiting them from editing it, which editing can, again, be in the context of it not limiting any of the information shown. I do just want to bring us back to like some of the policies, though. Like, could you name like some policies of Trump's that you like?
Sorry, I might have cut out. I got another low battery. In terms of policy, no, you put me on the spot. I don't have anything prepared. I just think he's been really strategic in certain things, such as his Truth Social post about Pfizer and Operation Warp Speed, in which he said, I thought it was really great. Maybe it wasn't. Pfizer, he's basically saying Pfizer told me it was great. We need to look more into Pfizer and the COVID-19 vaccine. And if it wasn't great, then I got that fed bad information. The 600,000 Chinese students in America thing, I think that was another tactical play where he was just kind of bringing that to light, and people are outraged. The 55 million visa holders.
What's wrong with this? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with what?
What's wrong with people from China coming to the U.S. for school? And what's wrong specifically with like the visas programs? Yeah, you just swiped out of the application.
Just America first and make America great. The Chinese student things, I don't think is too bad. We'll take students from all over the world, but I think 600,000 is quite a number for somebody we do not technically see as our ally in any shape or form. And the visas is jobs. Plain and simple. I don't care what anyone tells me. We have great talent here in America, and we do not need to open up the talent to.
This is so cringe. So you're saying you're against, right, there being visa programs, right, because it is the case that we have people in the U.S. that can go to these schools? That's it? So you think it should be illegal? You think it should be illegal for these businesses to have anyone come from countries around the world and to specifically be a student at their business?
No, absolutely not. Not illegal. That's crazy. I think it should be at a number a lot fewer than, because it is absolutely a Republican workaround. I'll admit that. It's a Republican workaround for lower wages. Absolutely. That's what a large part of H1B.
No, it's not. There's no evidence that it reduces wages. That's not what a visa is, by the way.
And regardless, GDP, all those things, big number go up.
Oh yeah, so wait, so now you're gonna acknowledge that GDP does go up with immigration, right?
No, go ahead. I'll go back to what did you want me to, what thought did you want me to finish? And
Go
then we
ahead.
can move
Move
on.
on because I forgot already.
Okay, all right. I will admit that there might be some things that show that, but my sister who lives in the UK, London, for almost 10 years now is very concerned with the current demographic of London right now. And it's not as big of a problem in
What's wrong with the
America.
demographics?
It has become, maybe you haven't seen about all the grooming gangs and all the rapings and all grapings.
What? Wait, do you think that people coming from other countries are increasing the likelihood of those types of crimes occurring?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So there's no evidence indicating that at all, right? I just want to let you know, people specifically coming to the country who are documented and undocumented immigrants or foreign-born are less likely to commit crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens, violent crime, drug crime, and property crime at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. This idea that people coming to the country are bringing higher rates of these different types of things is ridiculous, especially because you literally support a guy that is a fucking rapist. You literally support a rapist for president.
Excuse me, you're right. I got a little off topic there with my sister in London. Bringing it back to the U.S., maybe that is true about the crime statistics, but is there something those people committing a lot of those crimes have in common? Is it gender? Is it maybe race? Is it something else? I think, that's just, yes, there are a lot more natural-born citizens, and perhaps even per capita, they do commit more crimes than foreign-born or not, or even legally immigrants. But I think that is just very cut and dry. And if we deep dive into those crime statistics, it'll put us in a conversation that neither of you are willing to have.
What?
We brought it up. What?
Yeah, so we brought it up. We talked about this. Again, they are less likely to commit these types of crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens. So then why do you think that they're at a greater likelihood of doing this?
Again, I apologize for getting off topic for speaking about the UK, but I think your point about the native-born crime statistics being higher is irrelevant, because if we do a deep dive into those crime statistics, there's a certain group of people that is much more likely to commit crimes, especially violent crimes.
What group of people?
Black Americans. I'm not afraid to say it.
Oh, you fucking disgusting piece of shit.
Yeah, hold on.
You fucking are you
what
by the way,
do you mean?
By the way, you're saying that Black Americans are the ones increasing the likelihood of the crime in the country? That's fucking crazy, by the way, when you're saying that, because you're not acknowledging that even for white Americans, they have a higher fucking likelihood of committing these different types of crimes than undocumented immigrants. You disgusting fuck. You understand that they also compare in that sense as well? You can look at the bibliography and the bio. All right, I'd love for you to look at that, because you're just so fucking disgusting that the only reason you're saying that there would be a higher likelihood of there being people who are doing that is because of Black Americans. Fuck off. Go fuck yourself.
I knew that's where he was going to go. That as soon as he said, "I can get in the statistics," and I'm sure I knew he was either going to.
Those aren't even the statistics. That's fucking not even true.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
dude, I hate people like that. So fucking gross.
Yeah.
Love you. Thank you
Kelly,
so much for the
10
two. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. Oh shit. I thank you, Kelly, for the $10. Thank you so much. A very kind message. Thank you. And I thank you, Natalie, also for the $10 for the very kind message. Thank you both. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Love you. Thank you for the $2 to cut him off and to shut him up. I wish I would have saw that earlier. Dylan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dylan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dylan, that's just, there's no good evidence, because there would be like lawsuits and stuff, so it isn't actually more profitable for them to create the symptoms for people to then treat them after, because it is the case that they would then have medical malpractice lawsuits. Tessa, thank you for the $11.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Vel, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been a good point to bring up. And then Trista, thank you for the $34. Thank you so much. Yes, I will send half to Matt. By the way, everyone, please, if you do send me money, don't send any money if you're to like me saying that you're gonna send it over to Matt, because he does have his own links.
Yeah.
So it just complicates things. I'll send it to you later. Don't worry. It's like
Are you
it's
sure?
like
Okay.
$17. $17.30.
Yes, everybody, if you want to have my links are in my bio. All you gotta do is click on my face, and it pop up. All my links are just like Parker's; they're all there. So and for YouTube. I will also put it in YouTube, so you'll see it if you want to do that. So you don't have to donate to Parker, because then I have to fly out to LA and he has to buy me dinner, and it's just a whole mess. So it's just.
Well, don't worry. I always do. Yo, it's a how old are you?
Yeah, I know.
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him, so yep.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2004.
And how old are you again? Sorry.
21.
Okay. And what month were you born?
June.
June. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Mainly like not anything with him like personally, but I think his policies, and I also think that there's a lot of hypocrite. Like, I guess to put it like straight, why is it that when Obama deports, I think it was 3 million people, nobody bats an eye, but when Trump does 700,000, everybody goes crazy.
So the process in which he's deporting people is not respecting due process. They're also disproportionately at a higher rate deporting people who have not had a prior criminal offense.
And how many deportations that Obama did, how many were those without due process?
I don't think that I think the whole time he respected the process of due process.
74%.
If you'd like to show me a citation on that,
I
what's
mean,
the source?
you can look it up. I mean,
Well, what's your source?
You're
What's your
citing
citation?
something.
because he would turn away at the border.
You're
and he would
citing
lock 'em
something.
up.
What's your citation?
Also,
I mean, I
turning
think
you away at the border, that's not a violation of due process.
Yeah.
But they're not getting a case in court.
They didn't.
No,
they didn't commit a crime.
Yeah.
They entered the country and then were taken right back before they got any sort of court case, which
Did they claim
wasn't-
asylum?
What?
is.
Are you talking about the asylum process?
Sure.
No,
No,
I
they
don't
wouldn't
think he is. I don't think he is. No,
They wouldn't be
because
overturning
once
the
you
asylum
enter
process. I
country-
just asked him that question because it confused him. He didn't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Because when you enter the country, if you're caught at the border from entering as an undocumented immigrant, then yes, you're sent back because you're new, you don't have established relations here, right? And you're sent back. That's not a violation of due process. If they claimed asylum and then you didn't give them due process to go through the claim of asylum, then that's a violation of due process,
Yes.
right? But not Biden, sorry. Obama actually had a policy document where he laid out the multiple steps that his administration was taking and how they prioritize each individual. Trump isn't doing that. He claims that he's prioritizing people like the hardened criminals and the gangs, right? But he's not. He's going to Home Depot and he's getting the guy who's been here 10 years who's doing the jobs that like we don't want to do. That's who he's doing, right? And so that's the problem, is that he's doing it in a very illegal way that is jeopardizing both the economy and just our nation as a whole.
So the Obama 3.1 million deportations, that statistic's wrong. Now, I'm not sure where I got it, but I mean, you're just telling me straight up that that's a false statistic. Never happened.
Wait, what?
That he deported 3 million people.
No,
during-
he did. That's the
Okay,
reason
so
why we
then-
call
so
him
going-
a deporter in chief, and a lot of liberals have a problem with what he did, right? But you made the claim that he did it without due process.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I saw.
Incorrect.
I'm not sure where.
Yeah, you said like 70% due process or something.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you count the ones that were, turned away at the border. But
Okay,
I guess
that's not violating due process, dude. Come on.
I mean, okay, so both of you guys support then like undocumented immigrants coming into the United States, correct?
Any undocumented immigrant that's in the country that has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. I don't
Okay,
think
what
that
about
they
the
should be
ones that are
kicked out of the
coming in now?
country.
Like, how should we treat like people coming in now?
I think there should be a quicker legal process.
Okay, but like there's not. So like when somebody comes into the country, what happens? What should happen?
Well, I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship. You can't say that's
No
not the
matter
current process
what.
right now. You're asking me what I think it should be, dude.
So like right now, somebody comes in the country, what would you do?
I think they should be given. How many times have I said this? I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. They've not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Do you want me to say it again? How many more times would you like me to make this statement?
How do you like? So would you do a background check? I guess.
Yes, that's in the pathway to citizenship.
Okay, then what if like they don't like qualify?
Then they wouldn't meet the set of
gone.
criteria. Then they would be
And then we
deported.
deport them humanely. By the way, humanely. We're not going to send them to a gulag
With due
or anything.
process?
Okay, and then I guess That's my take on like the immigration. Like I don't understand. I mean, I guess I do now a little bit, but like why it was okay for Obama to do a bunch of things.
No,
and
no,
then Trump doesn't.
no. Okay, here. I'm gonna make it as simple as I possibly can because this point is very important, right? Obama was criticized heavily by Democrats and by liberals for the amount of people that he deported. Okay, we have a pejorative name for that, right? Like that we call him. Okay, that's not a good thing in our eyes. However, the way he did it was infinitely better than the way that Trump is doing it because he had an established criteria, he had priorities, and there were not many court cases that I can think of where Obama was explicitly said in policy to violate due process rights.
So what about the kids in the cages? I mean, I get it wasn't a cage, but like the fences, like that. Like how come
I
nobody?
guess he was criticized for that, right?
Right,
I'm not
right, but how come
saying, which is
nobody's
one
on
of the
the
reasons
streets
why we
protesting?
criticize the fact that the way that the
Can I make
policies
a
are
point
actually
though?
done
With
in
that?
law. Yeah,
Can I make a point? Yeah. So that was those were just built under the Obama administration.
Yeah,
Right. If
and
you're talking about
they
the
were used
separating of
later.
families, which is something that we were talking about, that's in situations of like abuse or what would happen in the context of a natural born U.S. citizen as well. So like, there's no distinction in the separation of families there.
I guess but it like in terms of like it happened, it did. But why is nobody out on the streets protesting Obama?
We did.
When it was
We
going on.
literally
How old are
did.
you, by the way, Mason? How old
So
are you?
21.
Okay.
So you didn't
I'm
even know. You
33.
weren't even old enough. You weren't even
I
17 yet.
remember people being very, very angry at the way that Obama was doing it. I remember like how it was, right? It wasn't conservatives that were angry. It was liberals. We were actively like angry at him for the way that he was doing it. But once again, my point still stands that the difference is that Trump is doing it in an unconstitutional way. Everything that he does on immigration reeks with violations of the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. I mean, like all of them, right? It just reeks of it, which is why we have a problem with the way he's doing it because he claims to be going after only criminals, but he's not. He's going after the people that have been here 20, 30 years, that pay their taxes, that have jobs, that have families, and they're sending them back to a country that they haven't seen in like 30 or 40 years.
So why wouldn't they get the citizenship during the 20, 30 years that they were here?
That's a very good question.
Because the process takes too long, and it is the case that they didn't have an incentive to go through the process, and then they were already here, and if they identified themselves to authorities, they would have got deported.
Let me give you one example, right? There was a gentleman in my state who applied for asylum, and he's been in asylum as part of that, right, for over 10 years, okay? And he's been seeking to get a U.S. citizenship for those 10 years. And each time he does, the cost is insane. He can't afford it. The process becomes ever more confusing because laws change and policy changes. And because they have no interest in making him a citizen, when he went back to file once again to be a legal asylum seeker, his paperwork vanished. Right? They couldn't find it. Right? So he was at risk of deportation, a man that they know is an actual risk for like actual violence back in his own country. Now, he has to work with a lawyer to find his case because the government fucked up and they can't find his like actual paperwork. Right? It's because the system works against you and the system has no interest in making you a valid citizen of this country because it should not take you 10 fucking years to become a citizen and to have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to do it, to have established relationships, to have a job for 10 years and all this other bullshit, right? Just to be a valid citizen. It should be much easier. But it's not because politicians are not involved with actually solving the issue. They want to use it as a political football to do exactly what they're doing now, which is not change the system, but instead just to round people up and just fucking send them wherever they want to send them. That's the problem.
Right. I mean, I get that. Like, my whole take on it is, yeah, if you've been here for a while, but I guess what I can't grasp is like if you've been here for so long, like why do you think that Republicans in general want to kick out immigrants? Like why? Like what is the purpose? If they're
it's because
so good, why?
conservatism. Well, because they see diversity and they see a multicultural society as a bad thing, and that's not me just like ranting about it. They openly say it. They don't believe in multiculturalism. They don't believe in diversity, and so they're going to have a problem with the fact that this country is becoming less white. And the people who are actually honest to say it, like on Twitter, the people who are actually having influence, they openly say it. They say our country is becoming less white, and I don't like it. And so, and by the way, that's how it is in like other countries too. Like go to the UK, right? They openly say over there, like it's getting a little bit too brown over here.
And that's
so,
fucking
like,
crazy.
Yeah, and that's insane.
That is nuts, right? Do you agree with us? That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you
Okay,
profile people
so-
based off of race, yeah.
Oh, that's
But I
also
guess-
what the Trump administration is going to be doing, right? The Supreme Court just indicated them to be able to do that. And they can specifically do it based on people not speaking English, based on people not having white skin. Right? Like, do you see how absurd that is? That is your administration. That is what they are doing.
Well, I mean, yeah. And can you please give me I know you mentioned a few times. What is the likelihood that an undocumented immigrant would commit a crime?
Multiple times lower than violent crime, drug crime, and
I think if I remember correctly from the study, it's like 3 times less likely. So
Yes.
at the baseline, which is the U.S. citizen, that it's like 3 times less likely, and then there's one below that, right? It's like 1 times less likely than that, and so it goes down by about 3.
Yeah, violent
So,
crime,
like,
drug crime, and property crime.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, do you consider your country to be your home? You know, like you know.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, and
Yeah.
So I guess like, explain to me like if you invited 10 people into your home and then one of those people you
Wait,
didn't
the
invite.
distinction. We're using home in 2 different ways. My
Like your
personal
actual-
home versus like my country is like my home in a certain sense.
Yeah, so like your house.
That's a
where
different
you're
sense.
living.
My house is different than my country.
How is that?
What? Okay, let me give an example. Do you think that so are you saying every legal immigrant that comes into the country should be allowed into your house?
I'm saying the people that I want in my house should be allowed in my house.
Okay, so then but
Party,
that
I
would be
guess a
just
party
different
would be
from the
better.
government. So then what's your point? I want
So,
people
like-
who are in the country undocumented who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes to be in this country and to stay in here.
Right, but how do you know if they're going to commit a violent crime or they have already if they come in undocumented?
Again, we give them a pathway to citizenship where there is a vetting process through that pathway to citizenship.
Right, but somebody's coming into the country. You don't have no idea where they're from. Like, how do you know that they aren't?
Under our system, that's not how it works, by the way. We're not just letting anybody in and saying, okay, bye. Like, that's not how it works. We vet them. We have processes, right? We're only critiquing how the current system does it because it's so arduous.
Okay, well, so going back to the house, there's a difference between a
Yeah,
house
because
and-
my house that I'm in right now, right? No one can come into my house that I'm in right now without my permission. Parker's house is the country, and so is my city. I can go to where Parker is because I'm a citizen and I belong in this country, and I can go there, right? I can go there. That whole house now doesn't work because we can actively cross state lines. I can actively go into cities. I can go into neighborhoods, right? Because we all have a right there. I can go these places. My home is my personal private property. A country does not operate like that.
So would you be in support of let's say 10 million people that you have no idea where they came from just coming into the country?
I don't know why you keep saying that. Because
Again,
we've already
we're
laid out
providing
that.
a pathway to citizenship, right? Where they specifically go through the vetting process. We think that more people will be known, like we'll know who they are. More people who are in the country will know who they are if we provide them this pathway. We would prefer to know who people are, but I understand that if people came here and they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime and they came here for a better life, I understand why they did that, and I think they shouldn't have to leave.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, if you haven't committed a crime or anything like that, and I know that when Trump first started deporting people, that's what he was doing, and then since then, I think it's switched over.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's
And,
not.
like,
even a big
do you know why he switched over, by the way? Like, after like a few weeks?
No, I
It's
know.
because he wasn't getting the numbers that he wanted. Like he complained that they weren't deporting like enough people, and so he decided to go after the people who like weren't criminals.
Okay, well, I mean, that's then my fault because I was under the presumption when he was, rallying and, campaigning that it was going to be only criminals because that's a big issue. But that wasn't the biggest issue for me personally. It was just when, under the Biden and Harris administration, inflation was crazy. I always use the McDonald's analogy. When I first started being able to drive, a cheeseburger was 50 cents. By the end of Biden's administration, it was $2.29 where I
Okay.
live.
Hey,
So
how was
couldn't-
that caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
Personally, I believe it was all the green policies that they introduced because it makes
No.
energy a lot more expensive.
No, actually, it made it less expensive because it provided a substitute for energy in terms of energy production. So the idea that it
Ran
made
out of
it the idea that it made it more expensive is ridiculous. By the way, the Inflation Reduction Act that you're talking about, the green energy policy, that came when the inflation was trending down. Did you know that?
Say that again. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed when inflation was trending down.
So it was passed during,
Yeah.
like, already decline of inflation. So what was the inflation?
When it was starting to come down, yeah. What was what?
What was the inflation caused by?
Supply chain issues due to COVID.
And that was seen all throughout
It was
the world.
global inflation. Yeah, we saw it all around the world. Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, all around the world saw that level of inflation.
That has nothing to do with the fact that the U.S. dollar is kind of the world's currency. You know,
No, because it would have happened in the United States first, and then we would have seen that same trend around the world. Plus, I would love for you to explain to me the process in which that would cause a increase in prices around the world. How would the U.S. dollar specifically have any effect on that in terms of the pricing mechanisms for around the world? Just because it's the reserve currency.
When we print off a lot of money and it becomes worthless, then when everyone else bases their currency off
We
of
printed
ours,
most
then
of that money under Trump's administration. What's it called? More money to be printed. So the idea that you have like this claim of we printed money would actually be worse for Trump, not for Biden.
So all of those, green energy policies where they made I live in a place where there's a lot of windmills. So when they make all those windmills, it actually costs more money to actually make that windmill than the windmill's energy actually produces. So when you do that
provide me a source on that.
So they offer people that live where I'm at like $10,000 to build a windmill, and what they do is they put it on your property, and then when it goes to shit in 8 years, they just let it fall, and they don't actually clean it up. But
Did you provide a source instead of just
By the
claiming?
way, Mason, I just want to. I'm trying to help you here. By the way, windmill makes flour, and a wind turbine is like for power. So windmill is like the old-fashioned Don Quixote thing. So
I didn't even know that. Yeah, I guess wind turbine then.
I just wanted to save you some embarrassment.
My
because-
claim that non-renewable energy is cheaper than renewable energy doesn't have to have any sort of base behind it because it's a fact. I mean, you can't tell me that oil.
You're just claiming it's a fact does not make it a fact. Provide me a source.
I mean, can I look one up then? I mean, I don't believe anyone's out there saying
because I just want to clarify, if there's
more
production
energy
of wind turbines in particular areas in which it is the case that there's is like not profitable like wind conditions, well, they're not going to be wanting to build wind turbines in those areas. They would want to build wind turbines in areas in which they produce a level of profit.
But they profit, but I'm in terms of energy, the amount of energy it takes to build a windmill and to bring it all the way out there with the trucks and to set it all up, you use more energy doing that than whatever.
Wrong. Give me a single source.
Yeah, I'm positive that the life cycle of a wind turbine is orders of magnitude more than it costs to build it.
Absolutely. Windmills, they're causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. I tell you that. Numbers never seen. You've never seen them wash up on shore like this before. I promise you that. Jennifer, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you. Jackie with the $2. Thank you. Richard with the $51 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm glad I give you hope. Can we get some W's for Richard in the comments section right now? Thank you so much, Richard. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, man. As well as Wendy. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Oh, and a thank you to. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you to Gabby. I know for the $5, and I lost it. Oh no, I lost it. Thank you to Paige also for the $5. Thank you all both so much.
So
Means a lot
okay,
to me.
so
Thank you.
going back, so you're telling me that it's more energy efficient to build windmills and to build solar panels than
Wind
it is
turbines.
to wind turbines to than
They
oil.
produce more energy than the energy used to create them.
Yeah.
By
Look
how
at the
much?
life cycle. Look at the life cycle, which is from birth to death, right? So at the time they're built to the time that they're decommissioned.
And Zach, by the way, thank you for the $20. The administration that values transparency so much that they released the Epstein files already. Nina with the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Only took 5 subpoenas.
Hannah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Andrew with the $2. Thank you. And by the way, Zach, another $50. Can we have some W's for Zach in the comment section right now for the
W,
$50?
Zach.
I didn't even see that. Thank you so much, Zach. W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. There was a rise in cancer diagnosis when we learned more about it. There aren't more people becoming it. We just know how to spot it better. So true. Marie, thank you for the $5. Gabby with the $5. Thank you. Tylen, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Marie, again, thank you for the $10. I think I'm fully caught up. I wanted to make sure I was fully caught up on that. Can we get some fucking W's in the comment section right now?
W.
All right, I guess the very last thing I want to say was I don't really know what, in terms of like pro-life and pro-choice, but I do think that you can't have a national ban on abortion, but I also think you can't have a national like. I don't believe that Roe v. Wade was all that good, and I think that him revoking that was like relatively good enough that I would vote for him over the latter. If that makes sense.
So you don't think Roe versus Wade was good? You think that it was so bad that you think that you would vote for Donald Trump? So then I'll ask you this question. Would you support overturning Roe versus Wade, even if there were no federal exceptions in place for those that have been assaulted?
I'm just curious if he knows what the standard was under Roe v. Wade.
Well, I know that it protected it up to like 28 weeks, which I think is a little too long.
Okay, can you answer my question?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Sorry. What'd you say?
You don't remember my question?
No.
That was my fault, Sorga. I'm sorry.
I mean, at the end of the day, like I think I am pro-choice. Like I do think it should be up to the woman by up to
Can I
28
ask
weeks.
the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and ask it.
Okay. Would you not support the overturning of Roe versus Wade if there was no federal exception in place for people who have been assaulted?
I would not support that, no.
Okay, so there was no federal exception in place. So therefore you don't support the overturning of Roe versus Wade because they didn't establish a federal exception.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump if it's not abortion policy then?
Well, I mean, he left it up to the states.
You
Which I
disagree
don't
with it being left up to the states because you provided no federal exceptions.
Yeah, but I mean, on a state level, I think that most states, I mean, I think, like Texas is one of the only ones that don't actually have an exception for it.
Is he responding to my point? I'm confused. Like, you understand that it's not just Texas. There's 9 to 12 different states, right? Specifically, right? Plus, you're not acknowledging all of the different exceptions that are not put in place, particularly on a federal basis, that are incredibly important, like life of the individual who's pregnant. There are people that have died because of this legislation. You know that, right? Because it being left up to the states, and they're not being specified abortion law.
No, I guess I didn't know that, no.
Okay, so then given that there aren't these federal exceptions in place, would you agree that you don't support the policy in overturning Roe versus Wade, given that these federal exceptions have not been put in place?
I mean, I guess, yeah, I guess the cons outweigh the pros on that one.
Okay, so then what is the reason why you support Donald Trump if it's not pro-life policy?
Like overturning Roe v. Wade. I mean, like I said, you know, I get that there's no like federal protection. I just thought that the 28 weeks or 32, whatever it went up to, was a little too long, and I wanted to see them actually make a new legislation where it was down to like 20 weeks, something that wasn't into that, you know, almost
You
third.
do realize, Mason, by the way, that the standard was like viability, and viability has been actually going down, meaning that the weeks have been going down from like 28 to like 26, 24, because as medical technology gets better, right, more fetuses are able to be viable outside the womb. And so actually, the Roe v. Wade standard was achieving what many actually wanted, which was like a lower level, because
so
the
you're
standard was
saying
just viability.
So it was. So what was it then? Like 20 weeks or whatever?
No, it's like 25 or something, like 26.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't know. I thought it had like a set date, like a set.
No. That's why I asked you the question if you knew what the standard was, because the standard that was by the court didn't just say at like 28 weeks, boom. No, they said viability, and that means something medically.
So like as science advances, then it would lower.
Yeah. But now like any state can choose. So like now it's like fucking no abortion, or it's 6 weeks, or it's 10 weeks, or you know, I mean, it's like all over the place.
Right,
Which is
right.
a problem.
And I don't think that's great. I was hoping for you know, a piece of legislation that would actually cover the entire, like, you know, nationally. But I don't.
Well, that's not going to happen because one side wants to ban it and one side wants to like protect it. So it's just not going to happen.
Well, I mean, Trump never actually like fully like nationally banned it either, though. You know, that was the
Yeah,
thing.
because he couldn't get the votes.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add, Mason?
No, I don't think so. I just think right now.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Selena, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it, Selena. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh no, hi. Sorry, I requested. I didn't mean to request.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
On accident. Oh shit.
You said 18. What's your birth year?
On accident, he said.
Oh, accident. Okay. By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. We're on the route to be there. We have a bit less than an hour left on the live, everyone. We probably have like 40 or so minutes left on the live. Just letting everyone know. I love everyone so much, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through today. Make sure to follow here if you haven't already here on the TikTok. I'd also really appreciate it. And by the way, just letting everyone know, tomorrow I will not be live. Just letting everyone know. Tomorrow I will not be live, but I will be live the next day after that. I'll be live the next day after that. If you do want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on the YouTube. Plus, if you check out Matt's links in his bio, everyone, you can support him as well. Should make sure to check out his Substack, which is free, by the way. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
And you said you're 19?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Because I like what he did with the border, abortion, and yeah.
Okay, what about the border and abortion?
I like that he's banning abortion and the border. He's deporting people out of the country.
Okay, can you name one way in which... have I had you on the live before?
Yeah, but you had to refresh, and you said I could come back up. But I never did.
That was a different person yesterday. That was not you.
No, not yesterday. Like a couple... Like, I haven't been on here in like 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. So, in terms of limiting people from being in the country, so can you name one way in which it benefits us as a society, specifically to deport people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
Because they came into the country illegally and they need to leave, and it supports it because they're taking up jobs.
So they're not? Are legal immigrants taking up jobs?
Legal or illegal?
Legal.
Legal immigrants taking up jobs. What do you mean, like, they're allowed to be in the country?
Are they taking up jobs?
Legal immigrants, are they taking up jobs?
Yes.
I mean, I guess, yeah, if they're legal. I mean, everybody takes up
They're
jobs.
taking... Okay, so then what's wrong with undocumented immigrants taking up jobs then? If it is the case that everyone takes up jobs?
Because they're taking up jobs and they're illegal, so there's a difference.
So give them a pathway to citizenship.
Then do it, but they decide to come in on
pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. That makes it so that they're not taking up jobs in the country undocumented.
They should have never came here in the first place.
You say that they should have never came here. I think they should, and I think they should have a pathway to citizenship. Why do you disagree with that?
I mean, I agree that people that are in different countries that want to come to America, it should be easier. But, I mean, if they come here illegally, they should be deported.
Okay. I understand that you keep just making the same point, but what way does that benefit us? Because we could just give them a pathway to citizenship, and it gets rid of the same issues that you just brought up. Are you saying that we always need to enforce the law?
Yes, always need to.
Okay. What app are you currently on?
TikTok.
Is TikTok banned in the United States?
I don't know.
Yes. Why are you able to use it? Because they're not enforcing the law.
Yeah, Trump's
They should
breaking the
ban it.
law.
Trump's literally just not enforcing
Yeah,
the law.
no,
You're on an
I'm not-
app
I'm not
right
joking,
now
yeah.
where they're not enforcing the law to ban it, and yet you're saying we should always enforce the law. Well, then why are you using an app that's banned?
Well, because it's still here.
Oh, because you can?
Because
Yeah.
it's not enforced?
Yeah.
So you like that the law's not enforced?
I mean, it benefits me. Yeah, I like it.
Oh, it benefits you. Okay.
I mean, I like TikTok. I use it.
Okay, so you'll break the law as long as it benefits you, right?
No, I'm not breaking the law by
You are
using
breaking.
it.
You did. You actually are.
You're okay. You're breaking the law too. Do you think?
I'm
laws should be
cool with that.
enforced?
I'm so cool with that. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we're breaking the law. Fuck yeah.
So you like breaking the law?
Yes, dude. As long as it's like nothing bad. Like, dude, we're on TikTok debating, bro. Yes, I think that's okay.
Okay, but if it's a crime, okay, whatever.
Then why are you doing it, huh? It's a crime, buddy. Why are you doing
Well,
it?
maybe I might delete TikTok because I didn't.
You
know
better
this
get
was-
off the app right fucking now, buddy. Get off right now, buddy.
He said he's going to delete TikTok.
Get the fuck off TikTok. Delete that shit right now, buddy. Let's see it.
Where does
Later,
it say
bud.
that TikTok is banned?
Later, buddy.
Why is it
You're
still
committing
on?
a crime right now, buddy. Enforce that fucking law. I'm calling the cops on you, my guy.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, also, I like what he did.
FBI, open up.
What he's also doing with abortion and the transgender stuff.
Okay, so what specifically are you referencing? And also, nice pivot. You gotta really pivot away from that. That's not enforcing the law.
Okay,
Do you
we
agree?
can go back to that.
Do you agree this
The
is not
volume
enforcing the law?
If Trump isn't banning it and it's banned, then yeah, he's not enforcing it. But
Okay, and you don't give a shit
there's
about that.
probably
So
bigger things
you-
to worry about. No,
Oh,
this-
exactly. And there are bigger things to worry about than deporting people who have not committed violent crimes
No.
and bad crimes and are here working for a better life. That's
Okay,
exactly
about
what
the
I'm
ones that
saying, by
aren't
the
here
way.
Working for a better life.
What's
For
up?
A better life. What about the ones that aren't here working for a better life?
So people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be deported on the condition that they're going to be put
So
into prison
you-
in another country.
So you pick and choose which ones get deported, even though
Yes.
they both committed a crime. Okay.
Because one doesn't have any prior criminal offenses, and the other one does that are bad. Violent
what about the
crimes
ones
and
that-
bad crimes are not good. For example, someone's held civilly liable of sexual abuse. I wouldn't let them into the country. Do you agree with me?
Nah, because he didn't do that.
Wait, I'm not talking about any person. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if someone coming to the country was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you let them legally enter the country if you had the ability to
person.
determine whether or not they could?
I mean, they're civilly liable, so. I mean,
Would you?
I'm not the president. I don't make those choices.
No, I'm saying given that you
You
have
have
the
an
ability to
opinion,
make
don't
that
you?
determination. Yeah. Let's say you were in that position and you are asked. Trump goes up to you and says, "Do you want them in the country or do you not want them in the country?" I tell you, I'll respect whatever you have to say there, buddy. I promise you that.
Creed is making the policy. Creed, what is your opinion? What
What's
should
your
we do?
opinion, buddy? Please let me know. I gotta know.
They were never already a U.S. citizen, then no, they probably shouldn't come in.
No, they've qualified and been vetted in every other way. They're 1 second away. They've been going through the legal process. They're 1 second away, and you get to
Okay, but
determine
they
whether or
weren't
not they're
born.
allowed or they're not allowed, based upon this one metric. Okay, they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Should they be let in the country legally?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, they probably shouldn't. Okay, no, they probably should not.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't be let in the country legally. If they shouldn't be let in the country legally, well then why should they be let? Why should we let them become president?
Trump was already here. I don't know if you're trying to get at that he should be deported or something.
Okay, well, no, we're not talking. Maybe you're just an idiot and I need to explain it some different way. So, would you let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse be your kid's babysitter?
But no.
No?
But-
Okay, but would you let them become president?
I mean, yeah, we did.
Should there be harsher qualifications to become a babysitter or to become president?
Well, there's a difference between babysitting and running the United States. of
I
America.
understand. I think there should be more qualifications to become president of the United States than to be a babysitter. Do you agree with me?
I mean, if he's a good president, but I mean,
No,
I
answer.
don't
Do you
know.
think there should be more qualifications to become president or to become a babysitter?
I mean, obviously the president, but at the same time.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's
So
like,
wait. So then, like, if there's a qualification that you apply to become a babysitter, well, then seemingly you also have to apply that qualification and more to becoming president of the United States. Correct?
well, babysitting, like that's like okay, he's held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Nobody's gonna let him watch their kids. I guess I don't know. I mean,
But they
Trump
let
watch-
them be president of the United States. They let them watch the country, the nuclear codes, give them access to everything.
Well, there's a difference between that and watching somebody's kids. Like,
Wait, no, because he's determining policy for children.
I'd still
for
watch.
the whole
I'd still
country.
let him watch my kids. I mean, he's not a bad person.
You would let them. You would let him watch your kids. You would let someone held
Okay,
civilly liable of sexual
okay,
abuse
but-
watch your children.
No, but I would let Trump watch my kids. There's
He
a
was held
difference.
civilly
It's
liable of
Trump.
sexual abuse. You moron.
It's not. I would not let some random person that I don't know watch my kids. That is, like, it's Trump.
So you would
Yeah.
let don't. So you would let a
Which is
guy who
scary
said he
as
would date a
fuck.
10-year-old girl in 10 years
I was just
babysit
gonna
your
bring that up.
children. So a 56-year-old man that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, you'd let
I
that
don't
guy
think he meant
babysit your
that,
children?
He was saying that jokingly. I don't think he meant to. Like
So
that.
you'd let him babysit your children?
How can you say
Yes.
that jokingly to a 10-year-old? Like, please, I'm like, Creed, I want you to explain. Please logically connect the dots how a 56-year-old man can say something funny to a 10-year-old that I'm going to be dating you in like 10 years. Like, please make it make sense. I don't know. I don't see how that's funny.
It was a joke that got pushed out of context.
What
the
context
that is needed?
Yeah. Yeah, what's the context that makes it not crazy?
I mean, I would never say that personally, but I don't know. He probably, like, I don't know.
Wait, you just said that like Trump was a good guy and everything,
He is a
and
good
you
guy.
let him. Yeah, but now you're saying that like you wouldn't say that. But
I
why?
wouldn't.
Why wouldn't you say it?
Because I
It's a
understand.
joke.
Like, he probably, like, I don't know.
Wait, why wouldn't you say it? Yeah, why wouldn't you say it? Let me know.
Because, I mean, it is weird, but I mean,
why,
he probably
why under your view is it weird?
saying you're gonna date a 10-year-old in 10 years.
Yeah, why under your view is that weird? Explain what's weird about it.
I have to explain why that's weird.
Yeah. See, I'm a dumb guy and I don't understand things, so please explain it to me.
Yeah, just
I don't
explain it.
understand things.
Why is it weird?
Because you're telling a 10-year-old that you're gonna date her in 10 years. I
Yeah,
mean,
and
it's weird. It's weird.
Wait.
Why is that bad?
Explain what aspect of it to you is weird about that.
Yeah. Why is that bad?
I don't, because I don't know. It's weird. I don't know how to necessarily explain.
Well, what about
why
it is weird?
That he's telling a 10-year-old that he's gonna date her in 10
That
years.
it's pedophilic?
Nah.
That's
I wouldn't say
grooming behavior?
Hey, Creed.
no,
Creed.
no.
What characteristic of the 10-year-old is he judging to make a determination that he'll be dating them in 10 years?
You could have said that to any 10-year-old, no matter, like, okay, you're just.
Wait, you do understand what you just said,
You're
right? You
gonna
could say
pick and
it
choose
to any
which things-
10-year-old, chat. Like Trump. could've
What
said it
about
to
your
any
10-year-old daughter? What about your 10-year-old daughter? If he said it to your 10-year-old daughter or your 10-year-old sister, would you still support him for president?
Yeah. What? Is that crazy?
Yes.
No, it is not.
That is crazy. Oh my god. How about this question? Next question. If Donald
Okay.
Trump, right, barged into the changing room of your sister, who is 15 years old and changing in a changing room, would you still vote for him for president over Kamala Harris?
Did he purposely do it?
Yes.
I mean, at that, I probably wouldn't even vote because Camilla, I would not vote for
Kamala.
Kamala.
So by the way, you wouldn't vote. So let's at least get you to this. So given that he did that to someone else's 15-year-old daughter or sister,
How do you
will
know
you
that he
say
did
that?
that?
Will you say that you won't support him anymore?
How do you know that he did that?
Because an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in while they were changing, and Donald Trump himself bragged about walking into the changing rooms of
Okay,
naked women without their
barge in and do
consent.
what? Sit there and watch him, barge in and watch him? Is that
Yes.
like?
Yeah, he told us how he would do it.
Yeah, do you want to hear?
Yeah, I want to hear.
Here we go.
I'll go backstage before a show.
And
what you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, but like, I think I don't think he meant it like that, like how it sounds.
What do you mean he didn't mean it like that? What the fuck do you mean?
Creed, your native language is like English, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You know how like words like string together to become like a sentence, correct?
Yeah, okay, but you can say something that like you don't think about it in your head, it comes out, but it comes out wrong and
Okay. Let's put it in context here because I really want you to understand what you're fucking saying, okay? Because right before that they were talking about women in a derogatory way, and then he ends the sentence by saying he gets away with things like that. Okay? If you're doing something right, you don't have to get away with it. Right?
You're right.
Right, exactly. So he's telling you that he gets away with it because he knows that you shouldn't be doing it. Because things that you should be doing, you don't have to get away with.
Okay, but either like I don't know. Okay, that's weird, but I'd still vote him for president. I mean, I don't think that changes the fact that he's a good president.
You'd still vote for him? Are you
Okay,
kidding me?
no. Parker,
No.
let's take this each one. We just gave you one example of him saying to a 10-year-old that he would date them in 10 years, which you agreed is weird.
I
Right?
mean,
You said it's
in
weird,
the context of-
that
yes,
you would not do it. Then we told you, and then we gave you his audio of him admitting to walking in the changing rooms of teens and women in order to see them undressed without their consent.
He did not
and
say
you,
teens.
Yes, he said girls. He said
Girls,
girls. He said girls and women. So he clarified in his own voice. Oh, sorry, I'm getting upset. He clarified in his own voice.
Wait, by the way, in that statement, he didn't say girls. In that statement, what we get the girls from is that there was an 18-year-old that came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years
I
old.
could have swore that he says like girls and women, like he said, and then he's like that, and he like corrects them. Okay,
He doesn't. He says women, but
regardless, he says women, right? But we have evidence from individuals, as Parker's saying, of people who were actually there who said there were girls as young as 15. Okay,
Mhm.
teens as young as 15.
So he
but even if it's
concedes.
just women,
He concedes
Can I
to
say
barging
something real
in.
quick?
He concedes to barging in that context.
Yeah.
And then we know based upon that we have a baseline, and then we know that there's other details that have been clarified by contestants that were a part of Miss Teen USA, 18-year-olds that said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing
Okay,
rooms.
but if they don't like Trump, of course they're going to try and say that.
It's
like,
not just that they
I'm not
don't like
saying-
Trump. It's what they're telling him about this. They're telling
Anybody can
everyone
make
that he did this.
Either way, it's weird. I agree, but like, they could easily just say there was a 10-year-old.
And maybe they don't like him because he barged into their changing rooms to like perv on them.
yeah, I think the overall point is too though is that the point is that he's barging into their like dressing room to see them like naked without their consent or anything, right? Like women, girls, like he has a predilection here, but like barging in and bragging about it, and then saying, I want to emphasize at the end that he gets away with things like that, and you don't say that if what you're actually doing is okay to do. Like he's telling you that it's wrong.
I got
think
him on
it's
this.
another thing of where he missaid something. Like he didn't.
No,
mean for it
no,
to-
no, no. I got you on this. How about this? Let's say your mom was in a changing room and it was naked while changing. And Donald Trump barges in to that changing room to perv on her without her consent. Would you still vote for the guy over Kamala Harris?
I would definitely not vote for Kamala, but I wouldn't vote for Trump either.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump. So why would you do that with someone else's mom or someone else's sister?
Okay, but like I don't think like you make it sound like it's like that, but I don't think Trump actually barged in there and did like I don't.
He told
He
you
did. We
but
just played the clip of him doing it. Wait, do you want me to play the clip again? He just admitted to doing it.
Oh, I heard it.
So then you should be able to acknowledge it. I'll play it one more time because apparently you
And it's your
forgot.
obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
That's him admitting to it.
Like, Okay, what is the what were the women like? I don't know. I'm just trying
Changing.
to
Because okay,
for what,
Parker-
like a
okay,
performance? Or?
In that clip, Parker, I think there's actually more to that clip. Parker, it's the one where he's like, hello, Mr. Trump. I speak with my, down,
Yes.
that kind of. What they're talking about is they're
I'll play it.
being derogative about women, and they're saying that these women in these areas that they act in a certain way. And,
Watch this.
Like, yeah.
Well, couldn't that be construed, however,
It's the kind of thing you worry about later.
as
Conflict?
yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like
If that was your mom or your sister, you said you wouldn't support him. You wouldn't vote for him for president. Why would you do that given that it's someone
Okay, but-
else's mom or sister?
If he did that necessarily, like he said it, yes, but I don't think he would if he really did that, he'd say that out loud. I think he I don't know.
What was he trying to say? Can you tell me what he was trying to say?
It sounds bad, yes, but at the same time, why would he come out on a podcast and say that he did that, knowing that that's wrong?
Dude, ask yourself that. He's an idiot.
But
also, when this was taken, unfortunately, men have not evolved very much, and he was on Howard Stern, who himself is like a POS who says disgusting things. So he probably felt that he was in good company and that he could say whatever the fuck he wanted. That's probably why, because he felt comfortable
What
around
year was
other
this?
people. Like 2002, I think, 2003, somewhere in there.
So you don't think people can change?
No, people can
We're
change.
we're
Donald
talking
Trump
about
has
a
not
we're
changed.
talking about a rapist that pervs on children and women. No.
You don't.
I don't think
No,
he
he
can.
does not
I don't.
perv on
I don't. I
children.
don't think he's redeemable. What?
I don't think he prays.
By the
on
way,
children.
there are things you can do in your life that are wrong that you can be redeemable for. For example, someone could have cheated before in their life, which is an incredibly atrocious and bad thing to cheat on your significant other. But you can be redeemed. That's something that you can be redeemed from. This is not an example of that. Okay.
What do you mean?
This
You
is
don't
not an
think-
example
okay.
of that.
You don't think he could yes, probably if he actually did that, yes, he's in the wrong completely. But you don't think that he could change in 20 years, 10 years?
From Grape?
Who did he grape?
Eugene Carroll.
Agent Carroll.
And was there a grape kit used for proof?
Wait,
or,
there doesn't
like,
have to. There doesn't have to
matter?
be. There was a dress with
Is it
DNA.
just-
I have a question. I have a question. If Donald Trump had the ability to disprove a certain claim about him that everyone was saying about him, would he do something to disprove it if he could?
I know what you're talking about, and I.
What? No,
He
answer this
didn't-
question. Would he do it if he could?
I mean, he definitely could. I don't know. He probably just doesn't want to give his DNA.
No. If everyone were saying something about him that was not true and he could disprove it, would he do it?
Depends on what it is. Yeah.
Yes, he would. His ego is way too large. He cares way too much.
but-
Okay? So there was a dress with DNA on it, unidentified male DNA. Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA. He chose not to give up his DNA. Why did he do that?
I wouldn't either if I was him.
Oh, really? Why?
Why would you just want to give your DNA for?
You would prove that you
whatever?
weren't at the scene of the crime? He said he never met her.
Okay, wait. What was on the dress? Like what?
Unidentified male DNA.
Like.
He said, so let me clarify. Trump said he never met her.
Okay.
So if they never met, she does not have his DNA. And it is the case that given that she doesn't have his DNA, that she wouldn't be able to get that to put it on the dress. So it would be someone else's DNA.
you can
So if he
attach
gives
somebody
up his
else's
DNA,
DNA and put
so
it
if he
on.
gives up his DNA, given that he never met her apparently, right, it would disprove that he was at the scene of the crime. Right?
Right, but what if somebody
Oh,
else
but
had
so
his
then,
DNA and they
so
wanna
given that he never
Trump
met
down
her,
and they put it on-
wait. Given that he never met her, why didn't he give up his DNA?
Because maybe somebody else who didn't like Trump also got his DNA and put it on the
What?
dress? Like, what?
No, there's no evidence of that. You can't
I
do
know,
that.
okay, but there's no evidence that he did it. I wouldn't give up my DNA because if somebody did do that, then you give up your DNA.
So your
and it
your
is
whole
DNA.
explanation is that he thinks someone planted it. That's ridiculous, dude.
I would too. I would not give it up because as long as you don't give it up, I mean, there's no proof. Plus, if you do
Someone
give it
that's
up,
never met him knew someone that met him that found his DNA
Yeah.
that wanted to
That
convict
is-
him of a
yeah.
crime.
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So do you see how the extents of they go to? Is that more likely than the fact that he's guilty? No, that's definitely
but the
not. Given that
chance
there's an
of that
entire
being a
unanimous decision from a jury of 9 people.
Okay, but that being
This
the
is like
chance of
straight
the possibility-
delusional level
It is
like
not
glazing of Trump.
delusion.
This is delusional level glazing of Trump.
I want your opinion on this, and I don't bring it up. I only bring it up because I want to make sure I don't want to waste our time. But his username is
Oh my
Prestige
God.
Rage Baiter.
That's
So
not for this. It's
look, I'm giving it to Parker so Parker can make a decision because it's not my live stream, and I don't know if you're a Rage Baiter or not. Parker has much more experience with those people, so I'm just saying.
Bro,
I'm
it's in the
putting it out there.
name. It's in the name.
It's in the
Totally
name.
getting
It's in the
kicked.
name.
Totally getting
Yeah.
kicked.
So
Totally getting
I just wanted to
kicked.
put that out there.
Thank you. Fucking hell.
And thank you to Sweet Honey for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And thank you to Bread also. And Bread, don't worry, you don't have to send me anything. I appreciate your support no matter what. So thank you so much, Bread. But don't worry.
Absolutely. Damien, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Jason, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Vel with the $2, by the way. Thank you. Everyone, just letting everyone know, I only have like a little bit left on the live, like 20 minutes max. So like this is the last conversation. Emma, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And I won't be live tomorrow, everyone. So everyone who's here right now, for the 6.2 thousand people here on TikTok, for the 3,000 people here on YouTube, like the stream, follow me if you haven't already. I will be on here literally in 2 days. I have lots of content planned. So tomorrow I'm doing stuff. I promise you, I'm doing something. Okay. I'm not gonna just not be I'll be busy. I promise. Okay. I promise you. I will be doing stuff. So there's stuff coming out. I promise you on that. I'm going to say it a million times because it's true. There's a lot of stuff coming from this month. It's actually pretty nuts. I wish I could talk about it, but I can't. But y'all will love it. Y'all will love it.
Don't come into my DMs asking. I need an answer.
This has to be the last conversation, though. But as always, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the comment on the YouTube. But I'll be back here soon. Don't worry, everyone. Brendan, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Astounding, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. After the time allotted. Yeah, which wouldn't, because he was trying to extend how long it took. He knew it wouldn't get accepted. Braun, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bell as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Bell. I really appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here again. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. How much you want to bet the person I get up on the stream is going to say I'm paid by the DNC? Or I don't have a real job. Watch. It's going to happen. I have a feeling the next guest is going to do that. I have like this like intuitive position. Why do I just know that that's going to happen?
Psychic. Back in those days, you remember? Psychic. He just knows.
Watch it. Doomsday, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
It's me, Parker. You love me.
Please pay Farm Sim.
Oh, Farm Sim. That guy.
That is honestly W fetus. That is like the most W fetus ever. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
How old are you?
What's up?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
More recently, okay, so I supported him during the election, but more recently, nah, not really.
Would you vote for him again if you go back in time? Oh.
He said not really anymore, so.
I mean, maybe he's moving to the light, so I mean that's good.
That's good. That's good. Move into the light. Let's go to the next person. Everyone only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Again, Burhan, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I would ask, Matt, do you have any book recommendations?
Yeah, it depends on what genre. Fiction, I'm a big mystery guy. Anything by Agatha Christie, I like science fiction. Isaac Asimov is good. Lord of the Rings, love it. Nonfiction, it's a lot of things. I read a lot of shit. Sorry. So.
Mid, how old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay, what month?
March.
March. Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because, I think politics is corrupt, and I feel like even if people think he's corrupt, I think he's less corrupt than a lot of other politicians.
By the way, it sounds like your mic is a little bit muffled. But you said that he's less corrupt than other politicians. Here's a real question. Do you think what do you think is corruption actually?
I think corruption is, lying to the American people and keeping, the power in the hands of the elite.
You know that he makes all of those things worse, right?
I mean, you can say that, but at least we know what he does.
No, like, for example, he has 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration, and then he actively advocates for policy that puts more power into the hands of, like, the quote-unquote elite in our society, like the people who make significant amounts of money.
I mean, a lot of the politicians that we know today are already rich, so they have all the power in their hands already.
But you're trying to say that he's less corrupt than like other politicians. So like it sounds like what you just described is literally a description of Trump. By the way, it still does sound like it's muffled.
Can you hear me better now?
No, it's actually really hard to hear you.
Do you hear me better now?
It is better now.
All right. So what did you say? You said he lies a lot?
Yeah, he had 30,000 confirmed lies under his first administration.
I mean, well, he does talk a lot more than at least our last president. I don't want to bring up Biden because, you guys hate when people bring up Biden, but at least he, does press conferences and talks to the people.
Just doing press conferences isn't like him being a better candidate,
It doesn't have to be a better candidate. At least he's more, vocal about what he thinks and what he believes in.
Doing press conferences doesn't mean you're not corrupt.
It doesn't. I'm just saying.
Do you think corrupt individuals do press conferences?
Obviously, everybody does press conferences, but I'm saying he talks more to the people and to reporters about what he believes in and what he thinks and what he wants to do. The last president, he basically was never there, was a zombie, and had all these decisions that nobody knew about. Nobody, everything that Trump does is in the news. What we don't know about is what Biden was doing the whole time he was the president.
We do know. He was literally had press conferences. He spoke to everyone. He passed policy. We saw what he was doing there.
Yeah, he passed policy, but do you really think he was, actually advocating for all those things, or do you think
yes,
he was
actively was literally advocating for the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the American Rescue Plan as well? He was a big proponent of those.
Yeah, he was a big proponent, but did he actually, actually think of those things, or did he have a bunch of political advisors giving him those things and giving him the speeches to actually advocate for those things?
So he advocated for those things, and also he had advisors indicating this to him?
Yeah, but do you think he actually... Okay, so...
You understand that every presidential candidate has advisors that they get the stuff from?
Obviously, they have advisors, but Trump is...
Do you have Bluetooth connected at all, by the way?
No. Is it hard to hear me still?
Yeah, it still kind of is.
It's a little muffled.
I'm sorry. My case is kind of thick.
You're good.
But
Yeah, you're fine. Don't
obviously, Trump is a lot more vocal about what he wants to do. I mean, Biden basically only came for, well, he only spoke out about the big, larger things. Everything that Trump does is in the news every day. You know, he's not very, silent or, in the closet about anything he does. Even when Biden, in the last couple days of his presidency, he did all those pardons, Trump would have came out a long time ago and said that he was going to do his pardons. Like, Trump is very vocal about everything he wants to do.
Everything Trump does is on the news. So why didn't he release the Epstein files?
He has. Did you not see those $30,000 files that he just released?
Those were already released.
Yeah.
No, what was new?
And not by him, by the way. And not by him, by the House.
Yeah, but obviously he controls the House, right?
No. Well, I mean, it's his party, but the problem was is they had to subpoena the estate of Jeffrey Epstein, not Trump. Trump has been fighting to keep them. Remember, it's a hoax. It's not real, right? And then he told us that very disgusting letter that he wrote, that it never existed. And lo and behold, it actually did exist. And now he's saying it's not his signature, even though it's clearly his signature. Like, I'm sorry, but like he lies every breath he takes. Like every breath that he gives, it's just a lie. I mean, he can't help it. It's just fucking who he is.
Yeah, based upon your definition of corruption, he literally is the very definition of corruption.
Yeah.
So do you not think other politicians lie, or do you not think?
Well, I'm not saying that they don't, but like, can you give me examples of other politicians being corrupt?
Obviously.
Go ahead.
Okay. Nancy Pelosi.
And what did she do that was corrupt?
I mean, obviously it wasn't illegal because they made it not illegal, but she trades on stocks that, she obviously has insider information of.
Okay, so like Donald Trump specifically, using his political position to make money off of True Social, half of his net worth is from True Social. Do you think that's insider trading? Because he used his insider information that as president, he would make a lot of money off of having a social media app, because it is the case that he got kicked off of Twitter.
Well,
otherwise he wouldn't have had ownership over it. So that sounds like actually applicable to Donald Trump.
Well, he started that after he was out of the presidency. So, I mean,
but he was going to run for president again, and he thought he was the rightful president.
Well, he didn't have insider information when he was out of the presidency. That's what
he had insider information that he would specifically, like, by the way, like that he would, but he's still making money off of this as president, that he would make money off of him being in the position of president and the attention being placed on him and people then going onto that social media platform. Okay, so that's some insider information to some degree, right?
No, he maybe he knows that, but he doesn't know he will be president again.
How do you feel about his meme coin too? And yeah, he wanted to be president again, so
obviously, but he didn't know that he would win.
But he thought he won the last one.
Yeah. Okay. That doesn't mean that he knew that he was going to be a president again. Like, I don't think you knew he was going to be president again. I bet you thought that Kamala was going to win.
I didn't know who was going to win.
Okay, so obviously he didn't have any information that he was going to win presidency again. He could have ran again and lost all that money because people thought he was, crazy or whatever. So
that doesn't change anything from what we were trying to argue. He still was under this notion insider trading, right? Because he still has ownership over the stocks for True Social. Plus, you're not acknowledging the meme coin he dropped.
I said he has a meme coin. Okay. A lot of people have coins. I mean,
yeah. What type of people have dropped their own coins named after them?
I mean, it's not really hard to create a coin.
Do you think that those coins are known for being good investments?
No, they're not. Obviously not. But he's a businessman. He wants to be a billionaire.
A businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
Okay. He's not personally bankrupt. The businesses went bankrupt. That's another.
Yeah, those are his. But it was Trump Casino, right? Trump Steaks, Trump University.
Trump
Air.
Okay, so he's obviously not bankrupt, so it's okay. But the point is, he's
But the
not.
businesses that he was operating were.
And I bet his meme coin will be bankrupt too. But I bet you he made millions of
You
dollars.
bet his meme coin will be bankrupt too. You know what? We're adding a seventh one, chat.
I bet he made millions of dollars off of it.
Oh my god. We're making it 7.
I'm not mad at somebody making money. You know, like.
Well, he's grifting, isn't he?
Yeah, but a lot of politicians.
Yeah.
Grift, right? Barack Obama and.
Wait,
and
but you
Michelle
just said that was corruption and that was bad. You just said that's a reason why you support Trump is because you don't want that corruption. But then he defined every characteristic and you're like, dude, he's just like every other politician.
No. I said that he's less corrupt than other politicians. At least he's.
Oh, really? What tells you he's less corrupt? He's out in the open that he's grifting you?
Yeah, he's open about it, Parker. He'll tell you to your face, I am grifting you, I am ripping you off. He's an honest, corrupt politician.
Okay, like you guys seen the plane that the Saudi Arabia gave him, right?
He's like, yeah, I sell out the country. You know what I mean? Like, I'm corrupt.
Yeah,
He literally went up to like big fossil fuel companies, said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. Is that corruption? $400 million jet from Qatar? Is that corruption?
Yes, that's corruption. But at the same time, at least he said, okay, I'll take the plane. Who wouldn't? Tell me right now, you wouldn't take a plane of $400 million.
No, because there are things tied to it.
Like what?
The fact that it cost us money to like refit it for the standards of the president, the fact that it's not needed because we're already building a new Air Force One, the fact that it looks like a gift from a country that you want to almost like bribe somebody with, saying, Mr. Trump, here's a plane that I'm going to bribe you with, and we want nothing in return. Nothing in return, we promise. Right? Come on. Like, yeah, he's open about the fucking corruption because an actual politician would be like, no, I don't fucking need the plane. I have a plane that's fine already.
Yeah, but they're obviously
Also,
lying.
I don't have any use for a plane. Right? Like,
you don't have any use for a plane.
other than
No,
like
that's-
selling it.
You don't have any use for a plane. Anyway,
No, dude.
So you don't go anywhere. You won't visit any other.
I would just go through airlines. Why do I need my own fucking plane?
This is the lies about Democrats. You guys, you want to say, oh no, I would never do this. I would never.
No. Mid, why wouldn't I sell the plane, use the profits to then fly like first class every time I fly?
Yeah, like, dude, that would be great, right?
You're still taking the plane. That's the thing. You
Yeah,
might say-
well, I'm not saying that I don't take planes. I never said that. I just said I don't need my own private plane.
Yeah,
And I have no use for my own private plane.
Yeah, a bunch of Democrats say that, but they all
Like, for example, like this. Could you possibly use a train to go somewhere?
obviously you can
Yes.
use it to go.
Could you use a private train? Do you have any uses for that in your life?
a private train?
Yeah, like someone would just give you a gift of a train. Would you have some uses for that? You need to go places.
Yeah, but you couldn't use a plane to go overseas. But that's not the point. The point is, Donald Trump, he might lie a lot and he might be, corrupt. But at the same time, he's still exposing a lot of other corruption. Even though you say, Jeffrey Epstein files, he's the one that was advocating for that. Even though he calls it a hoax now, it's only because
He advocates for it for years. And
Even though he called it a hoax now.
It's nothing. Don't look here. Don't look here. Oh, come on, bro. You have to be
the whole
joking.
time he
You
was
have to be
advocating for it,
joking.
obviously Democrats didn't give a fuck about it. So when Joe Biden was
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
Democrats,
Why would he want to release it if it's a hoax?
He was advocating for it for a long time before the Democrats ever.
Why
cared
would he
about
want
it.
to release a hoax?
Why? Yeah. Why'd he change his mind? All of a sudden.
Can you guys let me talk?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, he changed his mind. He didn't change his mind. He obviously wants it to be out. If he didn't want it to be out, he wouldn't have talked about it in the first place. He's obviously very careful. Well, not careful, but he's obviously very pointed in what he says. He doesn't say a lot of things for no reason. He brought it out because it's an important issue. But the only reason Democrats care about the issue now is because they can use it as a political like cleavage to hurt him.
No, I cared about it either way. I would want them to be released either way. Like, I want Democrats to be held accountable if there are Democrats involved in this.
Obviously, we all do. Obviously,
Yeah.
we all do. He only would talk about that if he knew that it would be a very 90-20, a 90-10 issue. It wouldn't be. He wouldn't have talked about it if it wasn't important.
So then why isn't he releasing it now if it is the case that he knew? Okay, yeah, listen. If he wanted to release it and knew that it was a hoax, that wouldn't make any sense. Why would he want to release a hoax created by the Democrats?
Saying that the Jeffrey Epstein was a hoax. He is saying that the coverage of it by Democrats.
The files. No, the files. He said the files were a hoax.
No. He only
That's
saying
exactly
that
what he said.
because every Democrat is saying that he basically they're using innuendos to basically say that he's a pedophile. Would
Okay.
you want somebody to call you a pedophile? In the
Mid,
news every day?
mid. If the files are a hoax, or if the coverage of it is a hoax, why don't you release it and prove the hoax to be wrong? Because that's what you should do, right? Like like he's saying the hoax is the media coverage of it about how he's like this like a P3DO and everything, right? If that's false, release the files. They will exonerate him. He will be free in the wind. He'll be free. But yet he doesn't want to release the files. So that tells me he's afraid of what's in them. And after what's been coming out, I understand why.
You're still doing the same thing. Like he's afraid of the files being released. If he was afraid of the files being released, why would he talk about it during his whole campaign? That doesn't make any sense.
Because he was conning you. He doesn't give a shit. You think a rapist cares about this shit? No, he's conning you.
He
It's
was
a
trying to get
con.
people's votes so that he didn't go to prison.
So he doesn't go to prison. So he would bring up the same thing that he went to prison for.
Yeah.
That he went to prison for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he got him in. It worked. He got him into office, right?
Plus, he knew that like all of his like MAGA cult followers would just fall right behind him and say it's a hoax and shit, and that it's not real, which is exactly what's fucking happening. Right?
actually exactly what's
you have
happening.
people who for years claimed that we need to release the files on the Republican side, by the way, and in MAGA. And as soon as Donald Trump is implicated in it, what do? Fucking Charlie Kirk, fucking Matt Walsh, they all go, "This is clearly fake. This doesn't match at all. This is clearly fake." Right?
After
I mean,
advocating
it's-
for it to be released.
Yeah, after advocating for it to be released, as soon as
We gotta
Donald Trump is
trust the
mentioned,
admin.
all of a
We gotta
sudden,
trust the
It's a
admin.
fake shit, right? Like, see, come on, like,
It's obviously not fake. He's never said that Jeffrey Epstein. Who the fuck will say Jeffrey Epstein?
Then
is a
why would
fake
he say
person?
that? Why would he say that's a hoax if he know that it's not fake?
Because Democrats didn't care about it the whole 4
We
years.
I do. I cared about it.
Okay, so why is it only brought up now? It's only been brought up.
Why? So you're asking why is it more relevant to the discourse now? Because Donald Trump said that he would release it and then is not releasing it.
Okay, he obviously needs to bring everything together. It's not going to be released in a day.
also, you're under this misapprehension that we give a shit about these
Wait,
like Democratic politicians.
Actually, Matt, as well. I need to say this. So if he didn't want it, if he's just trying to get it together to release it, why would he say it's a hoax?
Because the coverage of it is basically trying to call him a pedophile. Would you want somebody to call you a pedophile every day in the news? On CNN, would you want somebody to call you
He
a
can just
pedophile?
disprove it by releasing it.
And that was my point.
Obviously, he wants to release it. He wouldn't have talked about it if he didn't want to release it.
And by the way, he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragged about literally perving on naked women without their consent. And then it was proven that an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in without their consent. Plus, we can also point to plenty of other things in terms of Donald Trump's behavior that indicates that, like him calling his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive, him saying he has sex in common with his daughter, and Yada Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass.
Him saying that Jeffrey Epstein was a great guy and that he likes women just as much as he does, except on the younger side.
I'm not saying he's not a weirdo, you know? He's definitely a strange man. But at the same
Yeah,
time,
that's an understatement.
calling him a pedophile on the news every day is definitely
If
not.
the shoe fits, I'm sorry. We know how to do addition, and so we add up one thing after another, after another, after another, after another, and at some point, A plus B plus C plus D plus E equals Z. I mean, it like all adds up.
If A is equal to B and B is equal to C, A is equal to C.
A is equal to C.
You know what I'm saying? Like A is equal to C. Like,
but also, Park, can I make my point that I was making just before? It'd be very quick. I just want to point out, a lot of the MAGA people are under the misapprehension that we give a shit about Democratic politicians, right? If Bill Clinton was like implicated in this shit, bring him down. I don't care. Like that's what you don't understand. Like we don't care because we don't have that cult like following where everything depends on the like one dear leader and we have to defend them. I have no allegiance to people like Bill Clinton, right? I have no allegiance. If he's in there, fuck him, right? Let him be, sent to prison. I don't like. I'm being serious. I don't care. So release it all and let the chips fall where they may.
Most definitely. If Trump is a fucking pedophile, obviously nobody gives a fuck about him. He should go to jail. I mean, nobody cares about a fucking pedophile. I think that they should be put to death, honestly. But
okay, well then, can you say that about Trump?
Yes, Trump. If Trump is a pedophile, he should be put to death. Honestly. But,
okay.
I think I do have to kick you because you can't say it on live, but I do have to get off the live anyway. I appreciate you coming on and having this conversation. Is there anything else last you want to say before I get off?
I'm just saying that the MAGA people are not a cult. They just think that a lot of the news.
They are a cult. Go look at fucking Charlie.
Hold on. Well, let's let him say his last stuff because I do have to get going.
Sure.
Thank you. I think a lot of MAGA people think that the news is a very dishonest organization. Just how much you might think healthcare is a dishonest organization. We think the news is a dishonest organization, and people do not believe in that stuff anymore. And a lot of people don't believe in politicians anymore. So I feel like Trump is just there to change people's minds, and maybe if we need to go down another route, Trump is the best way to go.
And for the very same reasons that you distrust like typical politicians and you distrust the typical media are the very same reasons in which Donald Trump is literally worse. Like he's worse with in every respect. You talk about the fact that you think that they lie a bunch. Donald Trump lies more. Talk about the fact that they manipulate information. Donald Trump manipulates the information even more. Talk about the fact that they are corrupt in every way in which we talked about, in the way in which individuals are corrupt in the context of the government. Donald Trump was, and to a greater extent than the typical politician. So the idea here is that if you are fed up with the typical politician, if you're fed up with the level of corruption that we have within our government, you cannot support Donald Trump because he exemplifies every single one of those things that you hate about this establishment, that you hate about people specifically who are typical politicians, or that those in which that are corrupt.
Do you think Donald Trump is a typical politician?
Do I think Donald Trump is a typical politician? I think that he is worse than typical politicians.
Okay, I understand that, but I mean, thank you for having me on. It was a good conversation.
I appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
No problem.
Bye bye.
Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna get off for today. By the way, I'm just gonna let everyone know tomorrow I won't be live. I'm so sorry, everyone. I love everyone so much. Tomorrow I won't be live, but I'll be back the day right after that. I would recommend to check out my videos. I'll still be posting videos as well. I've got a bunch of content that's coming out, so a lot of good stuff for people to watch. I'd recommend for the 5,000 people here, follow me here on TikTok if you haven't already, and go over to my YouTube. Join the 2.8 thousand people that are on YouTube. Subscribe to us there. Like I'm going to be putting a lot of this content there, so I would really recommend to go check it out. We're almost to 300,000 subscribers. That is literally the place to go find me right now, where I'm going to be putting all of this shit. And if you miss any of my live streams, go check me out on YouTube. I put all of the whole live streams are there. Plus, I even cut them up into videos. So if you want to go check that out as well, I would really appreciate that so much. I'd appreciate it so much. I'm going to be getting off right now. Are you going to go live, Matt?
No. I have stuff to do. Yeah, I was lucky to even do it today. Santana is live though, so let's raise Santana.
Yes. Yes, yes.
Thank you everybody
Everyone.
for being on. Thank you to the chat. Thank you everybody who gifted. Thank you. And Parker, thank you for having me up and text me, the stuff. So, all right. Okay.
All right.
Bye everybody. Take
Have
care.
a good
Bye-bye.
night, everyone. Peace out. I'll see y'all later. I do have to get going. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.